Have several presentations to be delivered in English. So if you need interpretation, once again, please take the headsets.
Tai tarsi visi jau susirinkom, panašu, kad durys užsidaro ir
I think we're all gathered here, and with your permission, I would like to start. Dear participants of the conference, dear guests, and all those watching us online, you are most welcome to have come to attend the first international scientific conference entitled Social Work with a Person Serving a Custodial Sentence. The importance, development, and future prospects. We have, quite a bunch here: social workers, persons from the prison service, etc. And I understand that some of you found it difficult to physically attend the conference, so we are glad that you can watch us online. And also we have the just scientists from Belgium, Germany, and Slovakia.
Thank you for accepting our invitation to participate in the conference and share your insights and results, share your research results and insights with us. I know that we have direct translation from Lithuanian language to English and also from English to Lithuanian. So we are going to use in our conference Lithuanian language, but I hope that you will understand and you can follow us in English. Ir grįžtu prie lietuvių kalbos ir sakau, kad konferencija.
I'm going back to English, and once again, the conference is organized by the Lithuanian Prison Service and Mykolas Romeris University. And I would like to thank the team of the Lithuanian Prison Service for their commitment, for their organizational talent, and also the team from Romeris University for having organized this very much needed conference. And thanks to their efforts, we have this unique opportunity to to share our experience. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sadauskas from Romeris University, and also Laura Laurshevchina, head of the social service from the prison service. Prison service. Thank you. Two moderators will have. It's quite a nice coincidence. Why? This Tuesday, on Tuesday, we just celebrated the International Day of Social Work. The second Tuesday of every of March, and this day has been declared International Day by the United Nations. So it's very important to talk about our profession, meaning both on the national and international level. Social work to be carried out in in prisons. How can we possibly influence those serving a custodial sentence to change for the better? How can we possibly develop better services for those persons who are really much in need of such services, social services? And we are happy to have received positive positive words from our scientists from abroad. That's Slovakia, Belgium, Germany, and also national scientists. As you know, those who are not present here physically, they can watch the conference online, and you can also place comments and questions. And you can also place questions on slide platform. It's just that we'd ask you to specify the speaker whom you want to answer the question. And those who are participating in the conference here, you can ask questions live, and we'll have Q&A session with the possibility to answer the questions. I would also kindly ask you to keep to the time within the schedule, so we finish on time with no delays. On the slide program, the questions, you can actually rate, put the rating to the questions. If you think that a certain question is topical, then you can actually, press the button, like, and in such a way we'll carry out the rating. So these were technical details, and now, without much further ado, shall we start with a welcome word? We do have lots of just honorable guests who want to welcome us. First of all, I would like to ask the hostess of this palace, rector of Mykolas Romeris University, Professor Dr. Inga Žalėnienė. You're welcome, Professor. Dear guests of the conference, dear practitioners, dear scientists, dear all, those who are interested in the issues of social justice. Today we have gathered to the International Scientific Practical Conference entitled Social Work with a Person Serving a Custodial Sentence, Importance, Development and Future Prospects. We are talking today, going to talk about the maturity of society. It comes as a paradox, but humanization of the prison system is probably one of the highlights showing to what extent our society is civilized. The last 10 years in Lithuania have been highlighted by a just landmark from 2014. Well, actually, the number of inmates has gone down to 4,500 last year. Lithuania has recently been a leading top, considering the number of inmates. Now we have made really considerable progress. But this is just statistical progress, because behind every inmate, behind every number, we can see a very complicated just life. Complicated consequences, and it's very difficult, meaning to help a person serving a custodial sentence to go back to real life, to integrate into society. It needs reflection, a very firm ethical position and professional practice if we want to help these persons. And due to that, social work with persons in custody is so difficult, because we have to work in a environment which the aim of which is to isolate, to segregate a person. On the other hand, we're there to help reintegrate those persons, to show them new possibilities. And social evolution in this penitentiary system shows not only, shows also a value-based, I would say, change in approach in our mentality. So the value-based dimension of our work obliges us to question all the time, question the existing practices, to seek various methodological approaches, and to draw upon experience gained elsewhere. At the same time, we have to recognize that every society, every country has its own historical, social, cultural background. Therefore, it's impossible to just mechanically transfer the experience of a foreign country to Lithuania. The exclusivity of this conference, I would say, is that it's really international. It's a really, it has, we see professionals from different spheres, as policymakers, practitioners, scientists, etc. And this dialogue, a comprehensive dialogue, I think, will help us to move forward. Particularly, I would like to thank our colleagues from Belgium, Germany, Slovakia for having agreed to deliver presentations, because I think they will allow us to look upon our work from with an outside eye. I would also want to say that social work in a penitentiary system is somehow touched with a double stigma. Well, I'm talking about the need to overcome this stigma and preconceived notions of our society, negative attitude towards convicts on inmates, and therefore we have to work with the society as well. And it's a profession which requires not only professionalism but also a very deep human understanding and commitment, of course. Social workers in a penitentiary system, well, they are, I would say, an integral part of the whole system, meaning of the penitentiary system, because they are with the person who is starting to serve a custodial sentence until the person's released back into society. And I'm talking here about organization of social services, also direct work with the just convict, with his family, the community. And we have even, well, therefore, we in Romeris University, we focus on multidisciplinary approach. We work with our students because we make them understand how important it is not to neglect social work, to make headway in the penitentiary system. And our penal system and social practice, social work practice, they are inseparably linked. And it's only if we join efforts that we can find new possibilities, new opportunities. So, dear all, I call upon all of well, let's not think of this conference as something, some kind of reflection. No, I want this conference to be the impetus for our future work, which will help us create new society, more mature, not sacrificing our values and humanity. Thank you.
We sincerely thank you, the Provost of Mykolas Romeris University. Now I would like to invite Mindaugas Kairys, the Director of Prison Service of Republic of Lithuania. Good day, everyone. Honorable Minister, Vice Minister, Provost, representatives of social work, gurus, amateurs, everyone who touch this field with your work, both community of prison service, volunteers, NGOs. This field is immensely important. Today's topic of conference says that defines the importance of this field. We will talk about its development, about its beginnings, which started maybe 15 years ago. And during last 2 years, it moves in such a pace that we can barely respond to those needs, which are growing every day. It's not just cooperation, it's activities, escorting models, business, restoring family ties, a multitude of other things. The professionals of various fields have gathered today here in person. Others are on the other side of the screen. First of all, I want to thank the university, my university, which to Gintare, our representative, she's a guru of social work. As soon as we said that we have to organize such an event, first of all, idea came to ask help where to do it. We asked, of course, Mykolas Romeris University. We are immensely grateful to you that you always contribute to our initiatives, because prison walls for a long time in Lithuania, they were very high, impenetrable, and many things that were happening inside were not known to anyone. We are growing little by little. We are opening to science, to volunteers, to NGOs, to various other initiatives and their authors who want to do some activity or gain some knowledge about prisons. the forces of social workers have grown up to 65 specialists. Meanwhile, I think our maximum resource is 68 employees. Gintarė is that person who, by her example, gathers that team, and very often that idea is more important, stronger motivator than anything else in our daily work. Stigma. Word prison mostly associates to everyone with pain. There's often a reaction of rejection, but it's the people who stand behind this, people who made a mistake and who end up with us. Sometimes social worker becomes the only person who can help him or her to try and to conquer success in restoring his or her life, restoring family ties, restoring social skills. Sometimes people, after doing prison sentence, doesn't know how to use an app and make payment in a store. Or I'm not talking about self-service checkout counters. These are simple things to us, but for a person who did served prison sentence of several decades, this becomes a major challenge. I'm immensely grateful to each of you who contribute to this, and this conference is the very first conference in history, and I really hope it's not the last, because the work that you do, those projects which you create, those ideas which you generate, it compels us to talk about it, to share practice, international practices, and sometimes just to seek for examples which we could use here, not to copy, but sometimes to adapt it in our work. We have a complex situation regarding infrastructure, which is one of most desired tools to accomplish those goals, but let's hope that someday it will happen. I'm very grateful to all of you for gathering here. Allow me to wish you a productive conference. To hosts, I wish relaxation because we're all here a community that works in a difficult environment. So have a good day and have a great conference. Thank you. Thanks to Director of Prison Service for such a warm, welcoming word, for his support. Now I'd like to invite Vice Minister of Justice of Lithuanian Republic, Mr. Andrius Dubinas. Good day, dear participants of the conference, Minister, Provost, management of the prison, social workers. I can also tell you, of course it would take longer, because it's only a greeting word. We have foreign guests among us, so according to international protocol, which were taught in Soviet times, it's mandatory to read out of sheet of paper. This way you express respect to attendance, because anyone can just stand and speak at the pulpit. First of all, I would like to give warmest greetings from Minister of Justice, who wasn't able to attend this conference. So I send you his greetings, because he has a dual situation, has health problems and has very tight schedule. So I send you his greetings, his best wishes, and I will read out my welcoming greeting speech. I am delighted to be able to welcome you in this conference dedicated to very meaningful and full of challenges field of social work related to clients of prison system. It's a field where it is important to find a balance between the justice, social responsibility, respect to human rights and freedoms, and to well-being of a society. As was mentioned by the Director of Prison Service, the beginnings of social work are really old, but a significant breakthrough happened a few years ago when in 2020, on October 8th, a law was signed about social integration of people who serve the prison sentence. For the first time, it established a systemic role of social work in prison system and ensured that social workers would start working with inmates 1 year before their release. Municipalities were preparing for reception of such individuals and to administer help, so that social assistance wouldn't be a single case, so it would become a social practice. Social work with the inmates is more than a profession, more than a vocation or mission, which demands a broad spectrum of knowledge, but also demands compassion and empathy. Working with such individuals, our social workers become like a bridge of hope between those sentenced and the society, helping them to realize the consequences of decisions in the past, motivates to change their behavior and to prepare more successfully to return to full-blown life after serving prison sentence. Direction, of course, number of social workers in prison system is gradually growing, but still this number is too low. Even though Honorable Mindaugas mentioned the figures, we'll try to increase them. We must accomplish that those specialists, so that there will be more of such specialists and their work would encompass not just recent year, also we would like it to include entire time of serving a prison sentence. And of course, it's symbolical, as people who spoke before me, who mentioned that it's no coincidence that this conference was organized on March 20th, because March 18th we mentioned Global Day of the Social Work, and of course on which this day there are attempts to publicize importance of this social work, to increase visibility of social services, and I think you will also in this conference will touch upon. So allow me to wish you a pleasant work, good reports, presentations, good, have a great mood and nice impressions. Thank you.
Dėkojame už sveikinimo žodį, gerbiama.
Thank you for your welcome word, dear Deputy Minister. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of the Social Security and Labor of the Republic of Lithuania, Inga Ruginienė. Dear all, it's my last sort of welcome speech, and it's good. Why? Because a lot has been said, so I just have to summarize what has been said. I am sincerely happy to see this synergy between various institutions, meaning when we see science and practice come into one whole and complement each other. What do I mean? The topic is far from being very convenient. It's quite sensitive, and as been said already, well, it's related to a lot of stigma, and the work carried out by both officers working penitentiary system and social workers is difficult to comprehend for me personally, because it's so hard, unbelievably hard, considering the environment. Those just workers who work with the integration, who try to support those serving a prison sentence, who try to help those persons reintegrate the society after release. I think they bear such a burden on their shoulders, and I'm happy that you will be listening to a lot of very good presentations, and we see that the integration is being conducted by involving the professionals from different domains, different spheres, but it means that we cannot forget this group, of course, meaning I'm talking about those serving a custodial sentence, but also let's talk about those social workers who work in such an environment. They also need the improvement of working conditions, personal safety. Yes, integration is very important, and we need a quality sort of reintegration. But again, this is a twofold sort of path. The first part, you already, I think, have embarked upon in the journey, and let's keep with our help, let's keep improving the situation. And I think 5 years later, when we meet here or somewhere else, we'll be happy talking about considerable progress. So I wish you the very best, and I want to repeat what the rector has said. Let's not think of this conference as theoretical sort of sharing of expertise. No. Well, let's use this conference as a starting point from which we will move further on, making progress.
Dėkojame už sveikinimo žodį Lietuvos Respublikos socialinės.
Thank you, dear Minister of Social Security and Labor. And yes, today, as has been said, we have a meeting of different ministries who have delivered their welcome word. We have here scientists, we have the researchers and practitioners, and now, with your permission, I would like to start the real serious work. We have three sort of thematic spheres. The first will be devoted to criminology. The second we'll talk about social work with those serving a custodial sentence. And we'll talk about national and international level. And the third will be devoted to social work with persons who are serving a custodial sentence. And we'll talk about various practical aspects. And when we look at the conference program, we see that it's very rich indeed. As has been said, we are mature enough. We can talk about various challenges. We can, of course, be happy looking at the progress, but there are still challenges ahead. And it's so good to see so much just officers from the penitentiary system, meaning that everybody feels committed. Everybody feels that they have a part to play. And after every session, we'll have a 15-minute Q&A session to answer the questions, and both questions from the slide platform, and we're looking forward to your questions. So because we're interested in having a real lively dialogue. Thank you. So slowly but surely, let's start the first session. And I want to emphasize with the Lithuanian context, social work in the sphere of enforcement of sentences is something quite new. And we'll be talking about criminology. As we know, criminology deals with the reasons of criminality, etc. But again, it has to be related to providing support, providing proper treatment to those in need. And therefore, the first session is dedicated to the links between criminology and social work. And the first to start this session is the assistant of the Social Policy Department of Vilnius University, and also a senior advisor of the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, Dr. Tautvydas Vencius, and also my colleague, and as the director said, the guru of social work. It's Gintarė Geribaitė, who is the chief specialist of resocialization coordination department of the Lithuanian Prison Service. So they will be talking about the 5 years of social work with the convicts.
Good day. Thank you for nice introduction and this fine conference at such a beautiful place. By demonstrating that we cooperate, that we find common points in this discussion, and as was mentioned by Honorable Director of the Prison Service, let's release this tension a bit, relax, and feel that we are all colleagues in this field of work. As was said, you are as long as you have first times in your life. So you shouldn't really be concerned that this conference is happening for the first time. We should rather rejoice that we're making this topic relevant. Social work in Lithuania is not very old. In fact, in recent days, we are mentioning 30 years anniversary of studies of social work. And as it was mentioned, there were some beginnings in correctional facilities, in prisons. It started about 15 years ago, or a bit more, but me and Gintare, for us, this point of departure, we put it into year 2020, 2021, when indeed more serious cooperation started and main discussions that it's necessary to certainly to have social workers in prisons and correctional facilities so that municipality employees would be ready to work with this group. So how should we switch on the slides? In turn, I would like to say brief words of gratitude. I'm very thankful that you are here, that you filled the entire auditorium. I know that tens of people are watching us on YouTube channel. So personally, for me and Lithuanian Prison Service, it means a lot. We understand that you are here because you care about this topic. Also, I would like to emphasize how this idea was born and why this conference is happening. Truly, the main accent and purpose is we want to be heard. We want to be heard by politicians, practitioners, and especially we want to be heard by scientists. Yes, I understand. 5 years is not a very big period of time, but we would like to invite representatives of science to come and examine, study this field of social work in prisons. We want to improve, we want to grow, and without you we cannot accomplish that. Therefore, me and Tautvydas would like to invite you to spend time productively and pleasantly. I hope you will feel cozy here. One of the quotes which accompanies me from the very start of the work in this field with vulnerable groups it's very symbolic. Honorable Gintautas knows how this book was rated, from which we draw ideas. So why should we talk about it? Because caring for vulnerable groups, first of all, it indicates how strong our state is. And this demonstration, this consideration to former convicts and persons who serve prison time, it shows that we have approached it doing small steps. And in this quote, 3 groups are distinguished: education, hospitals, and prisons. As it's very popular, we used AI with Gintare to depict how AI would see this resocialization path and caring for vulnerable groups in all those fields. So you can see those illustrations generated by AI. Why do we say that those 5 years of social work start in the area of individual service during prison time? Because we sat at this joint table of discussions in 2020 and we managed to cooperate between many organizations and institutions and to agree that we must have social workers in correctional facilities and prisons and also responsible individuals who would wait and meet those individuals in the world and be responsible in municipalities for such individuals, former convicts. Here we have a description issued by Vice Minister. This is an order issued by 2 ministers. There's a particular algorithm how we share information about those people, because the earlier we find out that these people will come back to the world, that they will be in municipalities, that they will become a part of society, the better we can prepare to apply all those means which are possible in prisons, and then smoothly to ensure all those means of assistance. So when we were preparing this procedure and now, we have a relatively broad spectrum of organizations which are responsible for this, starting with Ministry of Social Security and Labor, in cooperation with Ministry of Justice, and also, especially on behalf of our ministry, I'm delighted for cooperation with Prison Service, because those main situations we solve together here. Like when we get notifications in some municipalities that inmates are coming back to the world, what assistance is needed, what problems there are, then we by immediately cooperating can solve those situations in a practical manner, and in most cases we are successful. All administrations of municipalities in this conference also, I believe we have representatives and those who are listening online. We had particular accomplishment when creating this procedure, this work algorithm, so we could collect the same contacts of those people who are responsible for this function. So people wouldn't feel lost who is responsible for this municipality, who has to accompany that former inmate. So we have now responsible employees in all municipalities. These are not full-time job positions, but there are individuals who perform this function, and we know that we can always turn to them. Also, we never forget also probation service, because what statistics indicate as well, truly a number of individuals who are released on parole, as we said, this number is growing. It's very important for us, and this cooperation with regional divisions of probation service with municipalities is growing stronger. And of course, NGOs, without whom it would be very difficult. They also contributed when creating that algorithm. They were participating actively and were one of main inspirations due to which government bodies really paid attention that this work must be done. Just like Tautvydas mentioned, you heard about this description numerous times. I would like to introduce you all into the context about the prisons, about accompanying, because this basis for accompanying, we have started in prisons. I would like to shortly speak, because we were already warned that we are taking too much time. So briefly, in Lithuania we have 8 prisons in total, and in recent several years we are trying to have unified practice in all prisons, to have same conditions, to have same services administered timely and in the same manner to all. But whichever way you look at it, each prison has its own specifics, its own peculiarities, and I would like to emphasize several of them. In prison of Panevėžys city, prison service is done by women, and they have a right to raise children up to 3 years of age. It's very important. We work with female inmates and also we assist them in raising children. Also, we have some peculiarity in Kaunas prison, where prison sentence is served by minors and officers who, by court order, are ordered to do prison service. These are most distinguished prisons, but also would like to emphasize that we have 5 out of 8 prisons which do detention. And we have 5 out of 8 prisons where arrest punishment can be executed, and in 7 prisons out of 8, we have open type halfway houses where the sentenced individuals have possibility to integrate into society more freely. They have opportunity to work and use public services. And not going too far away from the social work, we have grown in numbers to 60 plus. We started with 16 workers. About the development I will talk a bit later, but what I want to highlight here is that each prison has a job position of chief social worker, who makes the most important decisions and is responsible for activities of social workers. He or she is like a fireman who puts out fires in the most difficult cases, who administers methodological help, and who coordinates his case management processes. Tautvydas will not let me lie, we very often attend those case management hearings. Also, we have social workers and we have people working in two categories. Category working with detainees and with inmates. Working with detainees is a novelty. In 5 prisons we have this job position, but today I heard maybe the forces of social workers will be increased. This will be the priority. And also we have individual supervision employees. We had more, but we reduced their number. But in the future, it's likely, at least in my point of view, at least just 2 positions should be left in prisons where it's truly needed. Now I will allow my colleague to speak. I'll just mention briefly, not to take too much time. As I mentioned, our main subject is sharing information. What is cooperation? Most often to learn on time about what is needed and what is going on. And so those growing ranks of social workers, they establish connection both with the convicted person and also a person convicted prepared for release after serving prison sentence, and with those employees who work in municipalities. The key idea was here that 6 months before release of an individual, so this information would reach the municipality, so that this connection could be established and preparation could go smoothly and seamlessly. That would be all about this. Now I would like to talk about priorities of activity. We heard a lot talking about this description. I would like to express joy that during those years, work of social work included much broader scope, and we reached depth in our social work and reality. We started our activity by working according to standard, just like employees of other social services. Because social employees currently prepare individual resocialization plans, social assistance plans. Our activity is slightly different, but selection of means is practically the same, and it should be emphasized that those plans are prepared together with the inmate. Also, implementation of resocialization means what we have planned, we have to execute it, it's natural. I'd like to speak a bit what means do we have at hand, and of course implementation of accompanying services. Here we feel competence in cooperation of social workers, because we have to cooperate not with just NGOs and municipalities, but also with other legal and natural persons who can contribute to resocialization of the inmates. I highlighted point number 4. It's very fresh. It's the first year that we're doing this. It really should be improved during the last year, wishing to change to make a more lenient prison sentence. We perform social skills development, strengthening support assessment to figure out what skills the individual has, which are stronger, which are weaker, and how much he or she can move forward independently. Also, a bit about how much we have expanded. We are not an institution of social services, but we as social workers, we follow all the procedures which are provided by the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, and we provide social services through mediation by following the catalog of social services without exclusion. But social workers, when doing their direct work with an inmate, they also implement methods of social work like you see on screen. These are 5 main ones. About case management, I mentioned a bit today. 3 out of them we will touch upon later. I also want to mention work in the community. It's one of those methods which works the longest and is the strongest and most used in the halfway house, in an open time facility where inmate has the right to walk outside of the limits of the facility. We support the community in which we live, in the community of halfway house, and we try to look for common points, to create activities together, and to show that we are also ordinary members like other people around you. So, talking about those 3 methods, what I would like to emphasize, here you have titles, names of programs. These are work tools for social workers, major part of whom are structured programs. They are science-based, and we try to train our employees with these programs when we have opportunity, and they apply and use those programs as a tool and instrument in social work. Next to individual work, we have behavioral conversation change. It's a general program applied most often to motivate a person for changes. Only you and me. It's a program which has 3 modules. I won't talk much. It's a structured individual program which lasts for 3 months. Work with a group. Anger management, dialectic therapy, which is very new and fresh. It was launched in January. Art therapy, painting therapy, raktas. The key. We have this program for quite a long time. It's oriented towards development of social skills. Work with a convict and his family. I don't want to elaborate on that. We'll have separate presentation about it during today's conference. I'll just like to talk about Family Day events. It's a great opportunity for convicts to restore family ties with their children and to learn to communicate with them. This is a slide which frightens with its abundance of text. These are the main things which we managed to implement during this time period. I want to mention inclusion of NGOs and our main partners, Vilnius Archdiocese Caritas Inclusion Center, who cooperate with us, also ministry tender to which we allocated funding. Also, we managed to accomplish that work with such people would be understood as more a horizontal area, so that we, according to those problematic fields and challenges which people encounter, so we could include them into other programs. We have many participants who participate in means of business increasement programs. Also, inclusion into labor market is increasing. So this algorithm was assessed and reviewed in international project in Organization of Economic Development and Cooperation. The analysis was performed, checking how municipalities are doing. So this algorithm and work were positively assessed. And of course, what I mentioned briefly, that collected contacts of all responsible employees from all municipalities. We have those people with whom we establish connections and maintain them, and we can aim to improve their competences in this field. I don't want to take more time. I'll just mention 2 key aspects which we're happy about. As I mentioned, number of social employees have grown from 16 up to 64. And also, what else I would like to rejoice about, that major part of social workers had opportunity to do internship in Norway prisons. And by shadow method, they worked in halfway house by helping the inmates to integrate. Also, we have put few pictures. Municipality work cooperation between prison services of Lithuania. We had the initiative where we invited social workers from municipalities to visit prisons, to get familiar with employees, with staff, with the environment, to have better understanding and belief, faith that these institutions are opening up, and there are more and more possibilities how we can establish this connection. And indeed, I would like to make an announcement to people from municipalities. We have an initiative to which we invite municipalities to participate. This inclusion is moving in slow pace. We have European Union Structural Funds project till 2029, where we want to develop a accompanying model, and we allocate significant finances. Also, would like networking activities to be increased, and also to dedicate attention to competences, various training, because we hear about the need from employees that it's needed. So you can contact our ministry regarding all these things, and I would like to point out this initiative for you. Since our time has run out, we have to say goodbye to the audience. I would like to finish with a simple phrase that It's activity that brings people mostly together, and cooperation is a key aspect so where we can help each other. Thank you. After scanning the QR code, you will be able to submit your questions. Thank you very much.
Tai dėkojame.
Many heartfelt thanks to the presenters for having given us such a comprehensive background and overview. And I would like to ask Gintautas Sakalauskas to join us. And now we'll go to a different session, meaning that I'm looking at the technicians. And now the floor will be given to Professor Rudy Roos from Ghent University from Belgium. So once again, Dr. Rudy Roos, professor at Ghent University, head of the Department of Social Work and Social Pedagogy, Belgium. The professor is also editor-in-chief of the European Journal of Social Work and chair of the International Social Work and Society Academy, TISA, which regularly organizes worldwide conferences dealing with various aspects of social work. So Professor Rudy Roos will be talking about social work in the penal system. And now those who need interpretation, please take the headsets so you can listen to interpretation in Lithuanian.
Mes matysime ekrane, taip, matom profesorių, bent jau vienam ekrane, to turėtumėm pamatyti ir didžiajame.
Okay, can someone confirm that you can hear me?
Yeah, now yes. It's okay.
And you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation and of course wish you good luck with an interesting conference. As I was introduced, so my name is Rudy Roos. I'm a professor of social work in Ghent University, Belgium, and I used to teach, and I still teach here, criminal justice social work, also at the University of Brussels and at Ghent University. And I'm involved in, and was involved during the last 20 years, I'd say, also in research in social work in relation to criminal justice interventions and also in the prison system in Belgium. And I just want to share some ideas on the tensions we feel or the challenges we encounter doing social work in the criminal justice field, and specifically also in prisons, and the importance of a human rights perspective. It's of course only half an hour, I mean, which is long enough to listen to me online. But of course, it's a very complex issue and a very complex field to work in. And I just want to share some general ideas of the importance of human rights in a very broad way, and then also with stressing maybe some of the elements we should pay attention to while we develop social work practices within prison systems and within criminal justice social work. Of course, you can see my mail address here on the opening slide. I invite you, if you want to discuss this further or have questions or issues, feel free to contact me. Because as I said, this will be in a very generic way, some ideas about social work in that context. And I just start with something you of course are aware of, or I imagine you are aware of, that social work, specifically in many Western European or Western countries, was developed in the framework of penal laws and child protection laws. In Belgium, we had The 1888 law, the law Lejeune, it was called. You see the man here on the screen below was the Minister of Justice, the then Minister of Justice, Jules Lejeune, who installed in 1888 the law of becoming free under conditions. Right? So until then you were either imprisoned or you were freed, and we installed a law that made it possible for people to leave prison under conditions. They had to behave, they had to find work, etc., as we still do today. Another law, important law in the Belgian system, was the Child Protection Law, the first Child Protection Law, 1912, which also was a law that installed the possibility to go into people's house, to intervene in situations where there was a worry that youngsters would become criminals or where they committed criminal behavior. And it was made possible for social workers to, at that time, mainly place children out of home into childcare institutions. And what we see, of course, is that these laws were not at all aimed at supporting people in a way. It was mainly aimed at controlling people. The idea was not we will support people to develop a better life. It was to protect society against people we were afraid of people who broke the laws. And the idea was if we do that through social work, this might work better than doing it through criminal justice interventions. Right? But so in that period of time, social work was a form of control rather than a form of support and liberation for people. And of course, this changed during the 20th century, and this is, of course, a very big leap. It evolved during the 20th century that we got more and more attention towards human rights. Of course, especially after the Second World War, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, also with the European Treaty of Human Rights. And so we got more and more attention to the validity of humans in itself, especially after the horrors of the Second World War. And social work then became a form not of control, but also potentially of liberating and emancipating force. Again, I'm speaking from a Belgian and a Western European perspective here, of course, because this evolution took, of course, different routes in different parts of the world. But what, of course, was interesting then, and I'm talking now about the 60s and the 70s, was also a critique on prison systems. As you see there, Foucault's work on discipline and punishment, but also a critique of the role of social work within the penal system. The Norwegian criminologist Mathisen stated that social workers should never work in prison. And there should be no social work in prison or social workers in prison because prison is a controlling system and social work should be all about liberation and emancipation of people. So there is a big tension there if social workers go to work in prison. And this was a critique, and I mentioned this because I will come back to it, a tension that is still present today if we work in the penal system, developing care and support work. There's always a tension between emancipation and control. Now, this critique on the prison systems and this emancipating system of social work, the notion of emancipation, this has led to, also in Belgium, to very interesting debates and evolutions. We had, on the one hand, you could say, a debate on the humanization of the penal system and prisons. I looked up some information and heard a part of the presentation before me on the prison system in Lithuania and the penal system in Lithuania, and I can imagine you had some similar and have some similar discussions, but we saw humanization of penal systems and of the prison systems, or at least a debate on the penal system and the prison system. And we saw a growing attention for the rights of victims, for instance. It's not only about, should not only focus on rights of perpetrators and people who committed crimes, we should also focus, of course, on the rights of victims. Okay? And we see, for instance, a whole movement of restoration and mediation between criminals and victims of perpetrators of crime and victims. We have in Belgium since 2005 what is called the Law Dupont. Dupont was a famous Belgian professor of penal law who developed the law in 2005 on the rights of prisoners. This is a very extensive law on the rights people in prison should have. And it's the main focus on that law is the normalization of prison. In terms of, in a sense, normalization, I mean, Lieven Dupont, the professors, and the idea in the law is people are already punished by being put in prison. They should not be punished extra. The imprisonment is the punishment. We should not punish them extra by giving them bad food or having lack of movement or etc. etc. The punishment is locking people up. The rest should be normalized as much as possible. So we should have the right to have access to cultural activities, the right to have access to still be a parent in prison and have relationships with your children, etc., etc. For instance, an important thing that was installed in the law is the right to conjugal visits. If you're married, you can still have your partner in a private setting, still have contact with your spouse or with your partner. So that was an important evolution. I must say the law has not been fully implemented, but it shows a kind of idea that prisons should be made humane, should be made more humane. There is a current debate on alternative prisons. We still have in Belgium quite how shall I say, a conservative prison system. We just built a new prison some years ago in Belgium because some of the buildings are quite old. And the idea is very dominant that it are big buildings with different wings. And there is a whole movement in Belgium going on, which is called the houses. You see it there in Dutch, the huizen. The huizen, it means the houses. It's an NGO that aims, actually led by a prison manager, or he just retired, but by a former prison manager that says we need small houses. We need humane small houses inspired by the Norwegian criminal justice system and penal system. And we see other revolutions that aim, other arguments that aim for a humanization of the penal system and of the prison system. On the other hand, what was very interesting in our system anyway was the development of criminal justice social work as a system independent from the penal system. And what that means is we had an evolution where social workers who work in prison are not part of the judicial system. They are part of the welfare system. And why is that interesting? Because that means they can develop all kinds of activities that the penal system might find strange. Just to give you an example, they develop, for instance, and I will also come back to that later, they develop, for instance, cultural activities, organizing music theater with prisoners. And we had prison guards or prison managers say, but why is that important? We should focus on therapy, we should focus on school, we should focus on work, because that will prevent them from recidivism and not committing new crimes. Well, here we get an idea But social work is not only about committing crimes and preventing committing crimes, it's about supporting people in what they think is valuable. And so you get a social work system who closely collaborates with people in justice system, of course. They closely collaborate with judges, they closely collaborate with prison guards, they closely collaborate with the psychological services in the prison, but they have their own targets, their own goals focused on well-being of people in prison, rather than only focusing on non-recidivism. And this is an interesting evolution, I think, because social work in this independence gets a totally different role than if it's part of the judicial logic. And just to give some examples what this means, or what the consequences were of this independency, is that criminal justice social work gets a critical role towards the penal system in itself. We see, as in many countries, there is a big relation between poverty and the penal system. And we know that the penal system and the penal law and judges, they give much harsher punishments to people in poverty than people who are not in poverty. For instance, if you don't have a job and you are unemployed, you have more risk to end up in prison than if you are not unemployed. And this is mentioned, of course, in the famous study of Reimann, who says the rich get richer and the poor get prison, where it says if people commit crimes from the upper classes, they get totally different forms of punishment than people who live in poverty and on the lower side of society and the lower classes of society. If social work starts from a human rights approach and looks at this problem from a human rights approach and from an idea of emancipation and liberation of people, it's not only about preventing crime, it's also about discussing the injustice that is possibly embedded in our legal systems. And this demands what C. Wright Mills calls sociological imagination. We have to look at problems of crime, problems of victimhood, as social problems, not only problems of people not behaving in a just way, but look at it as social problems. We know, for instance, that people who live in poor neighborhoods have more risk to become victims of crime also. Right? So we need to look, not only look at crime as individual psychological problems or behavior problems, we need to also look at it as social problems. If we look at it from a human rights perspective, there's an important role for social work there to bring those discussions into the debate. Also, an important role of social work is to broaden the focus on life domains. If we look at and again, I'm talking mainly also from a Belgian context, but also in some neighboring countries. If we look at reintegration practices in prison, we often see that the focus is very strongly on therapy, on schooling, and on work, which is of course important. These domains are very important. But from a human rights perspective, we also look at domains that might be seen as less important. It could be leisure activities, cultural activities, sports activities, and I heard the speaker before me also referring to cultural activities, for instance, which of course are also very important life domains if we want to support people in having a decent life. And a third element I want to stress is the focus, if we look at social work from a human rights approach. So it's not only about preventing recidivism and preventing reoffending, It's also about focusing on what do people have reason to value. So what do prisoners, people who are incarcerated, inmates, what do they value for themselves, which can be totally different things than the legal system values or society values. I refer here to a quote from our former Minister of Justice who said, why should we offer Spanish courses to people in prison? Nobody has ever not reoffended because they know Spanish. Right? So we only need to focus on therapy and on the risk elements for reoffending. You know, Spanish doesn't contribute. Spanish lessons or sports or leisure activities don't really contribute to not reoffending. Of course, if you look at it from what do people in prison themselves value from a human rights perspective and their search for a valuable life, this can be very valuable from their perspective. Learning Spanish, theater, music, all different kinds of activities can be very valuable for them. And I refer here to the capacity to aspire, a concept from Appadurai. In the research that we currently do in prison on sports, we notice that activities that are supported to people in prison, which are non-coercive, that they don't necessarily need to follow, which are offering them something outside of the classical terrains of therapy and training and education, can for them give them a sense of still being human beings, and give them a sense of being valued. They still feel as human beings, and they have a capacity to aspire another life. Even for people who will be in prison for the rest of their lives and who will never get free again, they can feel they are approached as human beings, and the interventions to support them are not only meant to in relation to not committing any more crimes. They get support because they are human beings. So that means that if we have a right to care and support for people in prison, which we have in Flanders and in Belgium, it's not only for the deserving. Human rights mean we also approach people as human beings who we don't have empathy for. To give an example, when I teach students in my classes on the rights of incarcerated people to care and support, I ask the students who is in favor of human rights for people in prison. They all raise their hands, and then I mention a famous prisoner in Belgium, Marc Dutroux. He committed horrible crimes in the 90s. He abducted and raped and killed children. And of course, nobody has empathy for Marc Dutroux. He's a horrible human being, and he did horrible things. So if I ask the students who is in favor of human rights for prisoners, they say yes. And then I say for Marc Dutroux, and they say, no. Some of them say, no, because he committed his crimes were too bad. I would precisely argue then we need human rights. Also, Marc Dutroux has the right to be treated as a human being. I have no empathy whatsoever for this person, and I also don't think he should be left out of prison ever again, but I still think we should treat him as a human being. And of course, we need human rights to think about the decency of our system to treat people and keep treating them as human beings. And I refer here to the famous quote of Dostoevsky, the degree of civilization in a society can be judged by entering its prisons. We have very inhumane prison systems, but also we tend to treat sometimes people who committed horrible crimes not really as human beings anymore. And to do that, we of course need human rights. This is very complex. It's very complex, and as I said, if you're interested, we're doing research on prison and sports. Mario Liebrecht is a PhD student of mine. This is who shows that developing sports activities in prison is not so easy, because society and the Minister of Justice and some prison managers think, well, why sports? You know, maybe to keep them calm, but you know, don't let us to invest too much in it. And so you really have to struggle to develop these activities in a prison, to get it, to legitimize it, and also people then say, yeah, but does it lead to less offending? Well, we don't know, but it leads to people feeling themselves and being treated as very valuable human beings. Marilou has talked with, has interviewed a lot of people in prison, and they say we feel when we do sports, when we do theater, when we do music, we feel like human beings again, even sometimes for a short while. And in Belgium, we have a degree on the right to care and support. So also this we have installed in law, and you could say this is a big progress. We go from control to the rights of care and support. This is progress, and it is in a sense. But at the same time, if we look at the societal developments, it's not that obvious and not that easy. We live in, and not only in Belgium, of course, in quite a repressive society. We see what the famous criminologist David Carlin calls a culture of control. We still have very inhumane prison systems. We never had that many people in prison. Crime is not going up, but prison rates are going up. So we incarcerate a lot of people. And we have more than 12,000 in Belgium. The prisons are very much overpopulated. We have not enough cells or too many people in prison. So it's a very inhumane system. So we live in very punishable times and being tough on crime. We see punishing the poor in the study by Louis Quacan, the famous sociologist. We see a focus, we see less and less attention for welfare systems and more attention for criminal systems. But the same what we see now with the idea that we have to rearm and invest in the defense systems of countries. The same we see with the penal systems. There's a lot of attention for invention in penal systems more than for welfare systems. And these are communicating barrels. The less we invest in welfare, the more we will have to invest in crime control. We see this also in many countries. We see an evolution towards screen and intervene, which is the famous psychologist Mykolas Romeris said, we screen and intervene in a sense that the focus is on diagnosing and assessing people in in penal system as if they are all disturbed and all have mental health problems, which they often have, but all have mental health problems because of internal problems, while we know a lot of the problems in the criminal system also have to do with social injustice and social inequality. So there tends to be a focus on the individual rather than on social context. The risk of neo-philanthropy, I will leave that for another time. But there is a risk of social work becoming very controlling and individual oriented again. And so I think that is a big challenge to conclude. If we want to develop criminal justice, social work, and social work in general from a human rights perspective, it is a constant challenge to, and as I said, in the context I do research in, specifically, there is a challenge to keep, although we have legal systems and human rights installed and formally installed, it is a challenge and a really something we need to keep attention to keep a focus on the different life domains, to have a broad, holistic approach of people in prison and to focus on different life domains, not only the ones focused on risk prevention. To argue for spaces of non-coercive practices, to have practices that people in prison can choose to be a part of can choose to participate in and not be forced to participate in, because often these non-coercive practices are seen as more valuable from them from a human rights perspective. To have a life world orientation, what do people themselves find valuable, and also to also focus on what they themselves find valuable and what contributes to them feeling humane. And as I said, to critically discuss the penal system and society in relation to welfare system and humanization. As I said, a lot of problems have to do with social problems, and it's not one or the other, of course. There are people who need therapy. There are people who have mental health problems, of course, and also who are a risk for society. But we also need to critically discuss the penal system and society in relation to the social nature of welfare problems. So this is a challenge, and I wish you all good luck with that challenge, and I wish you also a very good rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Dėkojame profesoriui už gilias įžvalgas.
Thanks, Professor, for deep insights on application of social work and work with prison inmates. And we transfer the floor to the scientist who has a big experience of many years in criminology, penal law, who published many publications, articles, who is also a member of Commission on Parole Release, docent of Vilnius University, Mr. Vytautas Sakalauskas, to present a speech about criminology for social work. Good day. Thank you very much for invitation. Thank you for quality, because there are many conferences that are happening, but you can really feel it when it's good. Everything is well thought through. Structure is clear, program is understandable. So thank you very much. I'm very delighted. There are 4 points from my presentation. Introduction about the context. It will be important because maybe it will bring clarity why what I will talk about. Second is what is social work and what is criminology. Then the essence is 10 insights about criminology for social work. I'm very happy for thoughts of this professor who spoke before me. I will give some continuation, and then we will have a joint discussion, I guess. So, okay, now, first of all, about the context. This is me 30 years ago at Dresden Social Work School. 2 more people who will read these presentations, they are also in this picture, only not seen. I graduated from university and traveled for 2 semesters to study social work, and it really changed my worldview as a man of law regarding some problems, and also my attitude towards punishment in general. And there I read a book that was gifted to me, Criminology for Social Work. I took it here with me. Gintari wanted to nip it from me, but I didn't want to give it away. This is the source from which I drew the topic and thoughts, and I refer to them in my presentation here. Back when I was studying, and one of my group mates was having an internship in Dresden prison, old German prison, built many years ago. It's really gloomy place, and I couldn't understand why social work with inmates is needed. I was student of 4th year. I was thinking prisoners must be punished. There is a criminal code. What kind of help could be here, and why should we figure any problems? As a good example, it shows how my thinking changed. I always say how persons' thinking might change, and my thinking changed very strongly. According to law on social services, social work is a professional activity which empowers people, families, communities, and society to solve interpersonal and social problems, incentivizing social changes, improving quality of life, and strengthening the solidarity and social justice. This is exceptional. I can't imagine that some law can define what is law or what is criminology. There would be a multitude of arguments that where somebody wouldn't agree that it's law. As my colleagues mentioned, social work is quite a relatively young profession in Lithuania, and even in internal rules of prisons, it was written for many years that officers we do social work. Actually, it contradicts the law. We cannot do social work. I think it's clearly stated. There is a definition. Perhaps all of you agree with it, but establishing of specific concepts in the law has some shortcomings. You have some limitedness. Criminology is inter-subject research field related to all empirical sciences, purpose of which is to examine the spread of crime and collect experience about reasons and forms of crimes, about perpetrators and victims, also control of socially undesirable behavior, also including possibilities of impact on criminals and effectiveness of other means. This is the part of criminology. It cares what is the reality. It's an empirical science. This is how it differs from punitive law. A punitive law doesn't care how science works. And also what is very important, that it's not an auxiliary science, like Soviet punitive law wanted to make criminology as an assistant to criminal law. No. Criminal law is part of criminology. It establishes what is criminal behavior and what is not. It's auxiliary, and also reality matters, not what's written in the law, but what reality is. These are the main 7 areas. There are lots of statistics, figures, etiology, which examine specific factors of criminal behavior, which determines crimes. We have victimology, we have various types of criminal behavior which is thrown into one place. Often there's corruption, sexual violence against children. They are different things. Victimology, science about victims, penology and criminal therapy, also impact of the punishment, and also when people are not fit for trial, why do they commit crimes and what is done with them. And also a very important part of a green bubble is researches of institution. They don't ask what factors determine criminal behavior, but first of all, they look from perspective of control. A lot what professor before me spoke about. Who said it's a criminal behavior? Why should it be punished? And how these norms are applied? The so-called critical theory. So these are the main areas. What unites criminology and social work? It was well illustrated in previous presentation. It's also a symptom of good conference when there is a consecutiveness. Also, these are sciences. Criminology is a science on human rights. Criminalistics is important science, and criminology analyzes the laws. It's a science on human rights. Sometimes it's inconvenient when people who don't understand it, they attack me, thinking that criminology is criminalistics. Why we defend criminals? How could this be? So it's important to distinguish, at least in continental criminology, 10 insights of criminology. First insight is this. It's realized many years ago, about 70 years ago. There is not, and there will never be a society without crimes. If I have an agenda at hand, and if there are moderators who monitor, supervise this program, it will never happen that all speakers will speak exactly 20 minutes each and then finish it on time. It will not happen that all participants will come back on time after the break. It's not possible. This is what Durkheim says. He said it not so long ago. Durkheim, he said, if it will be like all speakers would keep up to the schedule, he would say this society is not healthy. Something's wrong with it. Of course, it's difficult to talk in case of specific crimes. When we have a specific killing, we say it's inevitable, but Durkheim says on macro level, he says there is a society which has norms like an agenda, and we have someone who oversees it. It's not possible to avoid violations. It's important to realize it, especially because when Durkheim said it, when all Western criminology was developing, we had very gloomy Soviet ideology where they were saying we are developing society, everything's insured, and the crime will be gone. And it's really sad that police are thinking the same way. Just a little bit more effort and we will accomplish it. No, it will never happen. Durkheim said it 100 years ago very clearly. He says it's not only to acknowledge it inevitable, even though pathetic thing caused by incorrigible rottenness of people, but it's also a factor of societal violations are a factor of health of a society on macro level. It's a constituent of every healthy society. If this community has the power to judge and punish, it will support these actions with punishments. For example, when a presentation is longer than 20 minutes, the crime is necessary, it's related to conditions of any social life and is useful because conditions to which it is related, they are necessary for a normal evolution of morals and rights. Violations show us that norms are enforced, that there is agenda which is important. I think this thought for social work is really important, that those people with whom you work on macro level, they are not something exceptional. It's an inevitable part of any society. Criminal justice is selective. I hear saying mistakes people made and they end up in prison. Many people make mistakes, many people make crimes, but they never end up in prison. So what criminology has realized, any textbook of this criminology starts with this model that we have lots of crimes in Lithuania, about 1 million latent crimes. We know from corruption research how many people paid bribes, how much violence was against women, children. Retailers reports how many items are stolen from them, so it generates a figure of 1 million. Out of that million, we have 45,000 registered crimes, over 20,000 of suspected individuals, and half of them end up in prison. It's important to understand this selectiveness. Those who end up at the very bottom of a funnel, it's not a quintessence of criminals. From context of criminology research says that sliding down the walls of a funnel, it's more easier the less social backup a person has. If a person has more social backup, even doing heavy things, he will or she will not slip down the funnel. Those who do prison time without parole, these are people who did heavy crimes and had no social backup. It's important to know it, and it's a task of a social work to try to break it to the other side. And now, two more examples from etiology, this bubble of factors, which tries to figure out why people commit crimes or don't commit crimes. It's one of the most known theory of drive research, theory of social ties. There are four important things: attachment to significant persons, obligation to universal objectives, participation in societal activity, and active faith in social norms. The more of these things there are, the less probability that person will commit a crime. The less, then the opposite. This theory of social ties is very important for social work. At least it's broadly described in this textbook. I'm very happy that we have scientific research project by initiative of Gintarė, how to accomplish it by incentivizing, encouraging social ties. Other positivistic thought is neurobiological research. It's a connection between etymology and neurobiology, which clearly states a very simple thing. A person can change up until his or her death, and brain research indicates that. From 30 years of age, this ability for brain to change, it reduces. It takes more effort, but it's still possible. As neurobiologists say, moderate ones. There are these like butchers who speak otherwise, but moderate neurobiologists say human brain is most social organ of a human being. It's not like person was born a criminal and will die one. No. It's known from other sciences, including from neurobiology. Fifth message, very important one. I gave 4 examples from critical criminology, which is very important in the social role. What professor said, we should view critically the system. There's a theory of conflict to punish the other. Conflict theory says that in society there is lots of inequality. In any society, it states that a society is a result of conflict, not of agreement. It says that there is inequality and there is a struggle between social groups. Also, what is important, that norms which are maintained are formed by those who have power. For example, I would have really wanted to receive 40 minutes for presentation, as I mentioned, but those who had power established 20 minutes for my presentation. So, I mean, organizers had power. The same way we can see many examples, like theft. Someone decided that if amount is over 150 euros, it's a theft. If lesser than no, also decriminalization of drugs. And many, many other things. What is punishable, what is not, is established by those who have power. The same way they establish how to punish. It's important to see it, that those people, as professors said, those people who end up at the very bottom of the funnel, they have no power. And most often those who adopt laws, they think about that other. I'm punishing for violence somebody else, not myself, not my neighbor, but the one who is alien to me, who is a stranger. It's important to see, just like perspective of stigmatization. Stigmatization theory was born in mid-20th century by Tannenbaum was one of the first. It's known young delinquent becomes bad because he was named as bad, or he says development process of a criminal is a process of defining consciousness, describing identification and awakening process of such consciousness. He becomes stimulated by those negative traits. Individual takes over the role that is imposed on him, and it seems it's not important at all whether he is evaluated as such by partners of interaction who want to punish him or resocialize him. If you want to help a person, you can also stigmatize him or her. I brought a cup of coffee. I know I'm not the first time here. I know it's prohibited to bring in cups here. I bring it in bravely because I know that I'm a speaker, I need coffee, I know there will be no remarks. But I remember when I just started my scientific career, in every conference 20 years ago, there was an old man who was participating. He attended every conference. I think it was the lifestyle of that person. He would come, sometimes ask some question. Maybe he had nothing to do, maybe he would have some coffee. I thought if that old guy would bring in a cup of coffee, he wouldn't get away so easily with that. This is what I'm talking about, that immediately the prisoner, the sentenced individual, there are many other jargons which are vanishing from the system. Immediately they are labeled with some label. There's a big chapter in that textbook telling how important in social work it is to avoid things like this. The illustration which clearly illustrates it. Also, what is important in that society needs it. Why are we angry at those pedophiles? Why we are excited? Why are you not excited? Why are we united against pedophiles? We see this is the evil guy. What can be worse than raping a child? And it brings us together as a community. Of course, such things are very dangerous. In social work, it's necessary to recognize it and avoid them as much as possible. Then, moral panic as easily rocked process. Inmates are the best group to rock up this moral panic. Cohen, 50 years ago, was the first who noticed it, and he defined it as disproportionate and hostile reaction against individual or group of individuals who are defined as those who pose threat to societal values related with stereotypic presentation of information in the media and leading to a higher demand of higher control, social control, and creating a spiral of reaction. It can be easily rocked up. Prisoners, hazards, danger, social media. It's important to recognize these processes. First of all, in the social work, to know that they have place, that people need it. When people feel that someone heard them, that they have solidarized against the evil guys. I open a national broadcasters LRT website. I respect it, and they write, biggest tragedy, victim has met its perpetrator. What's the tragedy? How else it can be? The tragedy is that conflict wasn't resolved, that some fears remain, but the fact is we are a society and we have both victims and perpetrators living in it. Why the state portal announces on the front page such news, I don't really understand. Then imprisonment is harmful, point 8. It's a sentence which is known for a long time from criminological research was written in European Prison Rules 1987, Rules 2006. Even in our code 2023 is recorded that talks about occupation. Purpose of occupation of prisoners is to reduce the harmful impact of imprisonment. It's important from which perspective are we coming from? Correctional works, which was like an idea in old Soviet criminal code that prison integrates, corrects an individual, force him or her to think. Do we understand that it's sometimes an inevitable thing, but it's harmful? And the state has undertaken to minimize this harmful impact. Again, from our research, Tautvydas also mentioned, I don't have a newer one, what really shook us from 2016 survey, answering fully correct or partly yes. I often feel depressed. 2/3 I feel lonely. 2/3 I feel something like I feel like I couldn't bear more than one day. 45% I'm angry. 50% I don't see any meaning for my life. 19%. These are examples of how inmates feel. So imprisonment is harmful. I often feel tension, and I don't trust anyone. 3/3. Point number 9. Punishment is a political tactic. By Foucault, quoted by professor before me, we see, according to number of inmates, classical example of Finland from mid-20th century, when Finns won war against Russia. They said we will be like Scandinavia, many characteristics, small number of inmates. They reduced it, and we know it's not a fate of a state and its choice how many inmates prisoners wants to have on all levels, through criminal code, through culture of punishment, through punishment policy, through attitude to punishment. This is a political tactic. It's not mandatory, just like minister mentioned, just like provost mentioned. We have reduced number of inmates. It's a good message. Can we reduce it even more? I don't know. We are 5th from the end in European Union. Still, we have lots of inmates. It's a political tactic. And how our prisons look, it's also politic tactics. I was really dispirited yesterday when minister said there will be no new prison because defense is more important. Indeed, defense is very important. I have a call. I have a signal. 2 more minutes to go. Okay. So it's a problem. I tell everyone, read the last report of EPT. What is written about Lithuania? I, as Lithuanian, feel ashamed. And CPT Torture Prevention Committee says that Lithuanian prison system is a form of modern slavery. It seems to me that 100 million out of budget, defense budget for billions, I think we really need to create a different perspective. But look, I'm not a financier, I'm not a politician, but what is happening is political tactics. Political tactic in Estonia determined that for 20 years we don't have such things. We have 3 new prisons, of course, we had a very good time to do it. How prisons look, it's a political tactic. Someone tries to sweep it under the rug, say it's criminals, it's danger. Actually, it's only search for excuses. Even the punishment can look differently. And the last thing, this is my favorite quote of Günther Funke, a student of Viktor Frankl, saying that human being is always more than his action. It's very clear in criminology, and it's important for social work. Also, the same Funke said punishment is meaningful only when it reveals new perspective. It can be done by social work. In all other cases, it's literally meaningless. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear Gintautas, for such a warm and comprehensive, deep presentation with those 10 insights. And indeed, we're not really following the regulation of time as planned, but in any case, we have 14 minutes where we can ask questions, have a discussion, and I would like to invite attendees in the audience to raise your hand, ask a question. Also, we receive part of questions through Slido app. So I will try to address the first question to our colleague, Professor Rudiros, remotely. I hope Professor is with us. I hope he will be able to answer. I hope he's not disconnected. Okay. So let's get back to participants who are here. And we have a few questions which we have received. And first question would be dedicated to Gintarė Geribaitė. What rotation of social workers was monitored during 5 years in the system, and what are possible reasons for that? I think maybe together with Tautvydas have overview, gave overview, presented, and maybe you have an insight.
Gerai, okay, veikia.
I keep thinking in percentage. I cannot give you a straightforward answer, no calculations, but I can say that I do remember every social worker who left our system. I do have the contacts, and every just newly joining our community social worker to be working in the penal system is kind of like a family member. I always get acquainted with such a person. And as I said, I have the contacts of those who left our system. I think about 3 to 4 social workers are replaced by the others. The reasons, well, they are very different. I do remember at the beginning, huge workload, because we started with 16 social workers, and the number of prisons was just higher than today. So the scope of work was unbelievably just high, and it was very intense. And because it was the starting point, lots of uncertainty and confusion. And I remember during the first year, 4, I think, social workers left us. And also when we started, a remuneration policy was different. And now the situation has changed, improved for the better. Of course, the issues of a microclimate, every just prison is a microclimate in its own with its nucleus, so adaptation of a new worker is a bit challenging at times. Maybe I should be criticized as well, because I am very demanding, very strict, so maybe that adds to some turnover of our social workers, not sure. And also the human factors, when social workers choose other recipients to work with, because not all of us are ready to work in a sort of in a prison. It's hard, and so some social workers find it a bit too emotional, too challenging. So this is my personal perspective. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Gintarė. Now a question to all of you sitting here. Any questions? Please raise your hands, and we'll bring the mic if you do have any. Yes, just grab the opportunity. Ask the question, because this is one of our aims and goals, to ask questions, receive answers, make comments. I don't think there are any questions. So it's probably because we have a very good Slido platform. We have more questions. All right. Well, another question is addressed to the first speakers. You were talking about the 5 years of experience, correct? What about the upcoming 5 years? What do you think? What will they bring? Happy with this question. Now, active, and also I do hope effective. We have lots of plans. We keep laughing with this, because in January we call each other, and actually we start planning, and then we understand that 12 months is not enough. Yes, we do have many plans. We have many topical plans. one of the global probably challenges we discussed with Tautvydas is that talking about the escorting those models, I think we should involve the health ministry, because every inmate or every person serving a social sentence has a certain health-related problem. So I think health care ministry should be involved. Employment service also. We already started close cooperation with employment service, and we started this project in June, I think. No, maybe April. Yes, and we understand there's lots of activities planned, and as Gintautas said very nicely, that will always have crimes. Let's not think that we won't. But what we hope is that we'll be less intimidated. There will be less fear, because those persons will, in one way or another way, go back to their, municipalities, communities. They will live among us. So, meaning when we don't talk about these persons, so we think there will be no problems. And now we made this problem quite sort of obvious. So there are fears voiced, and I think we should work with those fears so we dispel some myths. And yes, we should involve the representatives from other sectors. Maybe it's in the future. Yes, you touch upon a very topical issue, because in the municipalities, there's still confusion felt, uncertainty, distribution sort of duties is also a bit chaotic. How to meet the person after release, and there's resistance. But now I would like to ask some question to Gintautas. It's always with great curiosity that I listen to your comments on the radio and the TV, and your insights, Gintautai, make me always listen, because yes, what you say is the truth. And even though emotionally sometimes you think you would probably be in favor of the other side. So, Gintautai, what trends do you see in our society? Because you kept talking about this relics from the Soviet time, but what are the current trends? A colleague of mine, as a socialist, said, look, the society is the way it is. It has learned everything it didn't want to learn. You cannot change society, meaning many factors interlinked, which influence the development of society. But in a nutshell, in terms of municipalities, if we talk about changes, I'm a member of the conditional sort of release, and if there are a member of the municipality is always present of the municipality to which that person will be released. There are nice examples, by the way. When we ask at the end, this member of this conditional release, whether the municipality agrees to accept it. Yes, they say, I know, I recognize, it's good, this person is released, we'll know what to do with him, I know that person. 5 years ago, it would have been unimaginable, say, but I think it's a good trend, to answer your question. Surely but slowly, slowly but surely it's coming, yes. The society is changing. I would say it's via different experiences, via different persons. We cannot talk about the whole entire society, and it's I don't like it when politicians sort of claim that no, the society will not understand it. What do they mean? because the society encompasses everything. The detainees, the convicts, etc., they are part of our society. So this is a very misleading, it's a wrong claim. And no, as my friend Vaida, sociologist, says, you cannot change the society. It's the way it is. You have to do homework, something that you have to do. And let's say, if we had asked the society whether we need the gas terminal, liquefied gas terminal, the society would have said no. Yeah. Or let's say Free Market Institute conducted research as to how many people and what sort of how much tax would the society be ready to pay? 10%. That was the answer. But yes, when we start talking about the punishment, sentences, well, the politicians very often say no, the society will not understand. And when the Minister of Internal Affairs said that we need a new sort of incarceration facility, well, maybe, yes, but yeah. Okay, thank you. And the last chance. So I hope you'll grab it for the question. Yes, I'll grab the last chance. Hi, everyone. Marius Jokubanskas, Pravieniškiai prison. Gintautai, question to you. What do you think? What could modern criminology give to social work? The most important thing, something that social workers should hear from criminologists, and so that they could move forward. What input from criminology? I would probably base my answer on something that Professor Rudy said. He said, yeah, most probably you have the similar discussions in Lithuania, whether you have, he was talking about discussions in Belgium. Well, I doubt it. Well, the prison officers, well, they have what? They have to, be in charge of order, right, and discipline, because, well, there were opinions that prisons have to be destroyed. And now, look, we have to talk about the formation of identity. Even in Norway, the principle has changed. Now we're talking about the necessity to help that person, regardless of what crime has committed. All right? Meaning, yes, our aim of formation of identity to make sure that the person after being released can be integrated in the society. So I think we have to talk about this mission, apart from keeping the discipline or order, how to help the person reintegrate in the society. Thank you for your question. Hopefully we'll break ice and we'll have lots of questions during the other Q&A sessions. And now I would like to thank all the presenters and to invite all of us to have lunch, which will last 45 minutes, and we're coming back. Let's hurry to come back. Well, wishful thinking, but we should start at 1:45, and lunch will be served on the ground floor. And you'll see, you can't miss it. You will feel the sort of the nice smell. Bon appetit.
Tai kviesime pradėti antrąją sesiją.
So we start the after lunch session, and we hope that during the break you all had a chance to eat abundantly and to communicate, and I hope you're ready again to listen, to record questions, think about the questions. People who are in the audience, we will ask you to invite them to ask them in person. We will also look at Slido app by using newest technologies. And we'd like to invite you to the second session dedicated to individuals serving prison sentence. And we will discuss both national and international contexts. In recent 5 years, as you heard already in today's presentations, social work in Lithuanian prisons made a big progress. During this period, we organized not only accompanying service for inmates, also social work methods were applied, which expanded the spectrum. In presentations of this session, we will present the context of social work with individuals kept in prisons from various perspectives, national and on international levels. So we'd like to invite the first speaker from the second session. Traditionally, Gintarė spoke in the first session, but in different role. This time, Gintarė will speak as a PhD candidate of social sciences, and the topic is social work in prisons, the context of professions establishment. Good day, dear participants. Once more, I'm leaping into my new role. I'm anxious. I hope you can take part of my anxiety. I'm kindly shared with you. So, as I mentioned before, at the start of the first presentation, I invited scientific community to look at social work in prisons and how it would be best to show that we need it is to show an example. In September, I was admitted to sociologist PhD studies, and my major will be related to position of social work professionals in Lithuanian prisons. Entire research is aimed at this. When we speak about social work in prisons, in general, when we speak about prisons, what job duties, what vocations we imagine there? Having officers there is natural. It's security, ensuring security. Even lawyers is natural. Court cases, representation in courts. A psychologist is also natural. They administer psychological help. But when we mention social work, still not everyone understands why is it needed or what those social workers are doing there in prison. I really, when planning my research, I understood that we are not certain in what position currently social work is. We know some prehistory, we know what is done, it works, but in what scale and how social workers themselves feel, we do not know that. And I think we didn't even try to do that. But let's talk about everything from the start. I am excited that last week I attended a conference in Munich, in which participated also experts and scientists from social work field. They presented their research. I'm bringing a message from there because just recently a fresh survey was presented about situation of social work in Swiss prisons. And the scientists, when examining Swiss prisons, they distinguished 5 stages of social work development. Of course, looking at the dates, it looks, wow, how long ago it began. And they encountered difficulties. In 1971, social workers started appearing officially. They started working officially in prisons. Institutions were looking for them. Such specialists were admitted to work because before that, services were delivered by NGOs, societal actors, often visiting prisons. So all ruling class understands that if it's happening, meaning it's relevant, it means prison also needs to have it. And how did the stage began. It's full of uncertainty. Nobody knows how should it work. It's established in legislation that social work must be carried out in prisons, but nobody knows what exact functions those employees should have, should execute. How does it look? It looks that it's formalized in in legislation. Physical employees, they are present and they fill out the documents. I will say it in a simple way. We work with secretaries' functions. In 1996, also it includes period from 2000. These two stages, they go consecutively. At that time, professionalization of social work begins. At that stage, clarity appears. What is it? Social workers are directed to do direct work with the convicts. Social work in the groups begins. Motivational aspects appear. And in year 2000, it's noted that resocialization of people who are in prison, resocialization appears in a true sense of that word. And in the year 2007, the scientist notes that it was a period when everyone understands, everyone works, and it seems like we see tangible results, but something changes. And social workers begin to write more about what they do rather than actually doing something. And scientists' insight is related to change of power, change of government, 2002 and now, 2022 and now. This period is fundamental, I would say, to which we orient ourselves the most, those who work with convicted persons. It's a model of good life. In regards to resocialization of the convicts, when works are allocated and attention is given to life quality and security factors. Also, I brought German experience. German scientists distinguish three stages of social work in prisons, and these periods are bigger. It's 1950s. Institutionalization process was already happened when social work arrives to prisons. The job positions are established, and like everywhere else, a period of uncertainty begins. We don't know what we are doing, how much we are doing, except that German experts understand that social worker is a representative of human rights of a convicted person. Her main function for many years is like this. In 1970s, just like in Switzerland, there was a stage, professionalization. This stage, German scientists connect with involvement of academic community, social work training programs are prepared. Universities start giving professional preparation of such workers. Prisons, in turn, also start, when cooperating, create a standard in which it is clear what functions are attributed to social worker, what field of activity is, and functions are clearly differentiated. And since year 2000 until now, so it's many years, it's called the third stage. It's called digitalization stage. And what matters in this stage? Social workers begin using platforms where they can share information. They start using databases, and without a doubt, just recently COVID, which was over, it introduces remote consulting. By looking at these two foreign countries, I want to point out we cannot compare this with Lithuania, because these are countries, these are federation countries. It's like small republics. Each prison has its own king. Even Swiss scientists say that. Each prison has its policy, and even in the state, there is separate allocation, separate policy for executing punishments. We cannot really compare Lithuania to them, but we can learn from what possibly failed in some periods in foreign countries, and not to repeat the same mistakes in Lithuania. I have no author for this slide because I created it myself after performing documental analysis. Social work in Lithuanian prisons we speak about last 5 years, but its roots are in year 2009, and it began in Kaunas City Prison when we had integration center for minors, and the first social workers established job duties were dedicated for work with minors, so it would be possible to help children to come back, to return to their environment, to their family, to their friends. Unfortunately, it is as it is. We failed to preserve these job duties, job positions. As of today, we have completely different activities, and truly, both workers and scientists who have encountered this, who touched upon it, they have various versions. Why is it so? Why these job positions are absent? I will leave it for future analysis. The second stage is year 2014. In this stage arrives to Lithuania through Norwegian project with Norwegian funding and founding of Halfway House. Halfway House institution in Lithuania demands social worker to have competences, and at that time 16 job positions of social workers were established. It looks wow. I myself came to work to punishment execution system. I thought, wow, this is what we've been waiting for. Wow, that's a breakthrough. Alas, it didn't last long. And until 2020, we managed to preserve only 3 job positions of social workers. Now we enter the third stage. It's year 2020-2021, when together, according to mentioned description of Ministry of Labor and Social Security and Ministry of Justice, they sign and approve the social work integration list. Here, clearly, and in regulated manner is shown that social work must function, and clear directions are provided. Since social work, as you can see, since 2009 to 2021 balanced on significant and not really necessary professional activity in prisons, a question arises: what's coming? It's just 5 years that passed, and we don't know, will we be needed? We feel we are needed now, but we don't know how will it be in the future. We don't know what determined this fluctuation of job positions. Therefore, it's necessary to analyze and to investigate the situation of social workers in Lithuanian prisons and to learn from foreign countries not to make mistakes. What I'm happy about when analyzing scientists' works, I find a very favorable theory. It's Abbott's systemic theory of professions, which has 2 factors for establishment of profession among other professions. In this case, establishment of social work among other representatives of other professions. These are internal factors which are more oriented at profession objects and subjects, professional actions, academic knowledge and competences, and at the same way it's oriented towards external factors like legal system, which is very highly relevant to our work, societal opinion related to prestige, specifics of a workplace. What prisons have exclusively, its specifics, and I strongly expect that our future investigation will allow to answer these questions. What is the situation monitored of Lithuanian social work professionals in Lithuanian prisons? What societal influences, when implementing resocialization of convicted, because we are all here on behalf of prisoners, how the situation affects development of social workers in Lithuanian prisons, and how situation of social work professionals affects possibility for social workers who work in prison to cooperate with other specialists who work in prisons, because it's inseparable part of resocialization of the sentenced people. So this is what I wanted to tell you about my future research. If you have any insights, I will be gladly hearing them. And you are welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Gintare Gerbaitė, for presenting social work activity in Lithuania and in foreign context. We wish you all the best in continuity of your studies. Today, along with us, we have colleagues not only from Lithuania, but also from other foreign countries who will share their experience and insights. We would like to invite senior lecturer Catherine Scheffer from Frankfurt School of Social Work in prisons like Don Quixote fighting windmills. Here we look with hope to our technicians, so they would give us a nod whether the professor is already with us or not.
Gal, bet jau matot kažkokius ženklus, kad jungiasi, kol kas ne, o tada noriu klausti apie kitą pranešėją Daniel Markovič. Turite prisijungusi. Gal mes galime tada sukeisti ir paprašyti, kad dabar turėtumėm pranešėją iš Slovakijos ir... Gerai. Tai kitas mūsų pranešėjas bus...
So, now our presenter will be Dr. Daniel Markovic, Associate Professor at Catholic University in Ružomberok, head of the Department of Social Work, Slovakia. He's our long-term just partner, and he's going to talk about the social work, the role of social work in Slovakian correctional facilities.
Turėsim turbūt luktelėt, nes galbūt netikėta yra ir pranešėjui.
We have, I guess, to wait for a couple of minutes because the speaker hasn't been warned that he will have to deliver his presentation a bit earlier, and he comes from just quite afar, so please, some patience. I beg you. Yes, here we go.
Welcome
colleagues,
with your presentation.
Greetings to Vilnius, Lithuania from Slovakia. I'm Daniel Markovic. Can you see my presentation, please?
Yes, very well.
That's great. So the topic of my today's presentation is social work's role in Slovak correctional facilities. I have been working at the Department of Social Work at the Catholic University in Ružomberok since 2009. Currently, I am a university associate professor and the head of the department. In the second semester, our bachelor students go to a field trip to a prison. They have also a compulsory elective course, which is called penitentiary social work. And they also go to an internship in a correctional facility, or even they have an option to go for their Erasmus to Czech Republic to the correctional facility in Prague. My university, as Professor Justin has mentioned, is co-working on a joint master program with Mykolas Romeris University. So they approached me and here I am. The presentation analyzes the current state of penitentiary social work in Slovakia. The focus is on the legislative framework, key tasks and challenges in the context of the resocialization of convinced persons. The position of the social worker as a member of the multidisciplinary team of penitentiary care is examined, as there are cooperative relationships with other professionals within the prison and judicial guard corps. I have divided my presentation into two parts. I will present the current state of art in Slovakia, but also I would like to present you the theories from social work which are about the social work which is going on in the correctional facilities, in prisons, and so on. There will be also a mention about the service activities of social workers in prisons in Slovakia, and this presentation will categorize the penitentiary social work into three primary phases: working with convicts after entering prison, working with convicts during their sentence, and solving social problems, and finally working with convicts before the release.
I want to interrupt you because your slides are not changing.
Oh, okay. I would like to start with that legislation framework, and this is the Slovak Social Work Act. In many countries in the European Union, there are different situations in social work. In Slovakia, we have the own Social Work Act. This law came into the force in 2016. Before that, social work was unregulated. Any college degree was sufficient to perform it, which reducing the quality of profession. Because of this, it was not a problem to fill in the profession of social worker with anyone, and therefore average salaries were the lowest among professions that require higher education. This Social Work Act is Act number 219 on social work and conditions for the performance and certain professional activities in the field of social work, defines a legal framework. What are the contributions of this act? The act defines social work as a professional activity aimed at help individuals, families, groups, and communities to address social problems and improve their quality of life. Then the professional qualifications to work as a social worker. Individual must have a university degree in social work. If you are a bachelor, you can be a social work assistant. If you are a master, you can become full social worker. This is because we would like to make our study program and our profession more clear and more professional. It is just the temporary state. In the future, bachelor will be enough. And also there is mention about the scope of social work in various settings. And there is written that also there is a social work offered in corrections and probation services. This law introduces also ethical and professional standards and writes about the registration and licensing. We have the Chamber of Social Workers. Our workers can be licensed, but it is not mandatory. This is voluntary activity, and this profession became regulated. So this situation helped with the status of social worker. This law helped to increase of salaries of social worker because this law makes better professionalization of social workers. Now I'm going into the environment of legislation framework for social work in Slovak prisons. Here you can see the 4 acts, and there are spaces for social work in these 4 acts. So the legislative framework for social work in Slovak prisons is governed by several laws, even decrees or internal conventions, but the key legal norms include the first Act on Execution of Imprisonments. This regulates the rights and obligations of convicted person, including their resocialization. There is the section 13.8 and 39, which focus on professional activities, including social work. And the social work is a part of individual treatment program for prisoners. The second act on execution of pre-trial detention, it defines the conditions of detention of accused persons and the possibilities of social support before sentencing. And this allows social workers to assist in prepared detainees for life after release, even in this stage. The third act is the Act on Social and Legal Protection of Children and Social Curatorship. It provides a framework for working with juvenile offenders and individuals after imprisonment, and it regulates a cooperation between social service facilities and prison institutions represented by social workers. And the last, there is a criminal code, which contains a provision on alternative sentences and probations, where social workers also play an important role. So these are the main documents. There are also internal regulation defining the activities of social workers in prisons. There are bylaws, but of course there are treatment programs as an outcomes of projects. For example, the Chance for Return 1 and the Chance of Return 2, which were 2 national projects widely spread among prisoners in Slovakia. And I'm also naming some European norms which are well known also to your experts, which you can see in the slides, like European prison rules, which are the recommendations of the Council of Europe. There are also United Nations standard minimum rules for treatment of prisoners, like Mandela rules. And then there is the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, so-called European Convention on Human Rights. It is not so-called, it is actually its name. It guarantees the protection of prisoners' rights. So this is the document frameworks, and now I would like to provide you with an overview. What are the key activities of social workers in Slovakia when they are working in the prison? Here you can see 4 bullets. The first bullet is individual treatment programs for prisoners. We can divide those individual activities into 4 types. Individual social counseling, it is addressing personal, family, and social problems. Then individual psychosocial care, which is assistance in coping with stress, aggression, or addictions. Then there is individual educational or vocational training, also supported by or offered by social workers. And it is the development of work skills or support to go to the education. It is possible to gain education in the Slovak correctional facilities. And then also social workers are working with clients on individual resocialization plan, which is built of targeted activities tailored to the needs of the convinced person. Then the main task is the preparation for the release and post-penitentiary support. Again, education, work therapy and rehabilitation programs, and the prevention of recidivism and support for reintegration. How are social workers doing this? They have mainly group forms of treatments, group resocialization programs, training in social skills and conflict resolution, then group therapy, psychological support for prisoners with similar issues, for example, with addictions, then educational activities like courses, workshops, and training sessions to improve qualification, and also development of work habits and preparation for employment after release. And I would like to present you let's say, we have a lot of documents. As we are after the socialism and communism country, we need guidance and we need, documents for every area. So this is in the internal norm. The social worker within the framework of the application of individual forms of treatment with convinced implements, these 4 things are mentioned. So this is called so-called information counseling, according to the current social problems of the convinced people. In doing so, he or she emphasizes information about the social worker's possibilities in solving social. In this area, I'm including also the juvenile offenders. So there is something like issuing applications for convicts who have a maintenance obligation and providing information with the fulfillment of maintenance obligation. Then the social counseling provided on the basis of expressed interest, on the basis of a request for an interview, or on the basis of referral from a staff or family members. Then the resolution of paternity issues, denial of paternity, establishment of paternity by convinced person, then the information on the possibility of marriage while serving a sentence, or dealing with the issue of divorce or change of maintenance obligation. Then it is about the resolving financial problems arising from execution of a sentence, execution debts, payment plans, debt counseling. Then in the area of assistance in reviewing the family situation, for example, assistance in establishing and restoring social contacts with relatives, partners, elderly, sick people, parents, wives, companions. Then investigating and monitoring the fulfillment of maintenance obligations, completing applications like copies of birth certificates, school attendance certificates, resolution judgments, and so on. And also they provide context and assistance in the field of social security, health insurance. They cooperate with notary offices. So it seems that sometimes they are the counselors, sometimes they are officers, sometimes they are in the conflict of interests because they try to be very close to client. They try to build or establish the trust, relationship of trust, but also they are in some kind of control over this. So this is mentioned in this internal document. And the third view on situation of social workers in Slovak prisons, when I look at the activities as a process. So there are diagnostic activities in which the social workers are competent, like addressing the social situation of prisoners, identifying risk factors for recidivism, all collaborating with the prisoner in the development of an individual treatment plan. Then the counseling and therapeutic activities, they were mentioned in the previous slides, so all the life situations, and we call it in our legislation social counseling. There is also psychosocial support, and that is help with stress management, conflicts, or adaptation issues, and also addiction support, motivating prisoners for treatment and behavioral change. Then the third activity of social workers in prison system are resocialization and educational activities. The fourth is preparation for release and post-penitentiary care. And in the shortest arrow, there is mention about the collaboration with other professionals. In every prison in Slovakia, there is a multidisciplinary team, which is built of a social worker, a teacher, an officer of daytime regime or a daytime officer, and then also there is a professional who is a psychologist, of course, I almost forgot. So these are the main collaboration partners for social worker. So this is a brief overview of the social work in Slovakia. And as I mentioned, I would like to show you the theories, because social work is not just practical activity, it is also a theoretical area. And I would like to mention how those social worker theories can be applied to work with prisoners. And this is not valid just for Slovakia, it is also valid in Lithuania, in your country. So these theories, which you can see, those 6 theories, they are interpreting and trying to describe the situation with crime. So the first theory is the theory of social control, and this theory by Hirschi assumes that crime arises due to the weakening of an individual's social bonds to society. Hirschi identified 4 key elements of social control that defend people from committing crimes. There is the attachment, so emotional ties with the family, friends, and community. Then commitment, if you are investing in education, career, and societal goals. Then involvement, so participation in positive activities that reduce free time for crime. And belief, so acceptance, not like religion, but acceptance of societal norms and values. Social worker in prison, based on this theory, helps inmates rebuild relationship with family and community. He or she organizes, implement and educational programs to strengthen commitment to society and encourages inmates to engage in meaningful activities. Then the second theory is strain or anomy theory by Merton. Merton argues that crime arises when individuals lack legal means to achieve socially accepted goals, for example, financial success, not legal way. He identified 5 ways how people respond to this imbalance. They fall in conformity. They are accepting goals and means. They are innovating, so innovation, they are accepting goals but using illegal means to achieve them. Then ritualism, they are giving up on goals but following societal rules. They are rejecting both goals or means, so this is called retributivism. And then the rebellion, rejecting existing goals and establish new ones. How can we adopt this theory in prisons? This theory provides inmates with education and job opportunities to achieve goals legally. Again, it is connected with support of vocational training and self-development, and they assist in substance-dependent individuals. Then there is a third theory, labeling theory. This theory suggests that crime is a social construct. Society labels certain behaviors as deviant. Once individuals are labeled as criminals, it becomes harder for them to reintegrate. They have their label, this is a criminal. It is increasing their risk of reoffending. So how can social workers adopt this theory? It is the work to reduce stigma by supporting reintegration efforts. They collaborate with employers outside and communities outside to create job opportunities for offenders or ex-offenders. They educate the public about the rehabilitation and importance of second chances. The fourth theory, different approach again. This theory argues that crime is learned behavior developed through social interactions. If we observe a crime, we are doing it also. If an individual grows up in an environment where crime is normalized, they are likely to adopt the same behavior. So, in this situation, social worker provides inmates with positive social networks to break away from criminal influences. There is the creation of mentorship programs where rehabilitated individuals support others in their transition. The fifth theory is life course theory. This theory emphasizes that the people's life trajectories are shaped by key events like childhood, employment, and marriage or incarceration. Major life changes can strongly impact future behavior. So sometimes we are not able to pass the task of certain age. Sometimes you see some people who are aged 50 and more, and they are visiting disco clubs for teenagers. You can see that according to Erikson theory, they didn't pass the challenges for their age. So in this context, social worker helps inmates navigating critical life transitions, such as preparation for release. They support the rebuilding family or social relationship, and they develop individualized resocialization plans. And the last information from me today, the restorative justice theory. This theory, which is the sixth, focuses on repairing relationship between the offender, the victim, and the public. The goal is not just to punish the offender, but to restore trust and reconciliation. So social work based on this theory promotes mediation between offenders and the public or even victims. It involves inmates in community service, allowing them to make amends to society and to help offenders find meaning and personal motivation for change. Of course, each of these theories have different tasks, and you can see they provide a different perspective on the causes of crime and possible interventions. Social work in prisons utilize these insights in rehabilitate offenders, reduce recidivism, and support their reintegration into society. I would like to thank you for your attention and also thank you for having me on your important conference.
Pailsėk. So thank you, Mr. Daniel Markovic, for sharing. Also would like to ask you to stay with us until a Q&A session. We have a question regarding our speaker from Germany. Looks like as if she's logged in. So can you upload her presentation so she could share her screen?
Taip, sako, kad pas mus geriausias tikrai. Tai laukiam žinių.
So, awaiting news from technicians.
Tada kviesim ruoštis kitus pranešėjus esančius šičia.
If it won't go through, then we will ask other presenters to get ready. Thank you to Sniegolė, who took care so that we could have enough oxygen here. She opened all doors ajar so we can have some fresher air.
To ask you to give me a reaction whether you can see my sheets.
Yes, we can see, but at the beginning we want to introduce you for all participants.
Oh, I'm sorry, of course, please do so.
Labai dėkojame, Ketrin.
Thanks, Catherine, for introducing yourself, but would like to remind you once more, it's Senior Lecturer of Applicable Sciences of Frankfurt School. She will introduce topic social work in prisons like Don Quixote against windmills.
Yes, you already can start.
Thank you so much for your invitation and the possibility to talk about German things about social work in prison. It's very interesting for me to listen to Daniel and the lady whose beautiful name I cannot spell properly. As I can tell you, yes, those theories and aspects of social works are also worked out and done and well known in German system. I want to tell you about social work in prison, and I took the picture of Frankfurt Theater of Don Quixote to use it as a metaphor of the social work in German prisons, as I want to start. Penal system in Germany has the federal requirement of crime prevention, as it is in other countries. This is either done by the time of immobilization, well, logically, with limited possibilities to commit further crime under aspects of security, closed systems, or following a perspective or theories, as we heard before from Daniel, of social work, for example, the desire for more sustainable contribution towards crime prevention. So penal system must be organized and structured, evidence-based and theory-driven. So what evidence do we have? Theories we already heard. Those who fall into the clutches of the German criminal justice system and who are imprisoned are more likely to have unfavorable living conditions in certain areas than the population average. It is people who have not been able, for example, to afford the best lawyers, obviously. So the situation after imprisonment can even be worse. Of course, this is not an excusing of offenses or a statement for casual relations. We all know that. Circumstances in life have not changed, but the person now is at higher risk of stigmatization and exclusion. Social work is a profession to prevent or improve social problems and inequalities. So what we see, they do important job. In some cases, a fight against windmills, actually, a fight that is not won because we are not really addressing the factors that favor offenses, working only with individuals, only in total institutions with their own effects and restrictions. But on the other side, we should think about good social politics as the best criminal policy. I try to change well, not yet. Of course, this is not an excuse, as I told you. Seen from a criminological perspective, the system itself must be looked at critically also regarding recidivism rates. And yes, we also want to learn from neighbors and see what they do and where they do better, and findings about inmates, etc. Penal system can improve with social work driven offers, but it can also be an additional aggravating factor to lead a good crime-free life. I have 8 sheets for you. This is the second already. To give some basic information about German social work in prisons, about what we know about our inmates, I guess also maybe parallels to other countries, and some challenges social work is confronted with. As one speaker said before, we have this federal system, which is really, yes, one challenge itself. In Germany, we have the Act of execution of custodial sentences and correctional measures. We have a dual track penal system, and this is called Prison Act, das Strafvollzugsgesetz. And in theory, prisons shall have the same support, for example, in health service, etc., like as if they live in freedom. This is theory. Future crime prevention is theoretically done by enabling the prisoner to lead a socially responsible life without committing crimes in the future. Well, objective of the prison sentence. So resocialization is the key word, as I heard also in other countries, of course, in European settings. And by the law, this shall be the aim from the beginning on. Life circumstances should be improved. Social competences shall be driven further. And what social workers are doing is quite the same as I heard from Daniel, or you heard from Daniel before, what they do in practice. But this is not what I want to present to you in detail, because I have such a little time. And well, we have been discussing a Resocialization Act in federal states already, but without any results yet. As of June 2022, we have 172 prisons in Germany with a total capacity of 72,415 prisoners. Accommodation is separated according to gender, age of imprisonment, the juvenile systems, for example, or elderly persons, the type of imprisonment, and criteria such as security aspects, dangerousness, length of sentence, and individual care needs. So social workers do have very different additional qualifications and care ratios, how many people they work with. It's depending on the institution. You can see an overview over the German institutions, and it's also depending on the federal state and its guidelines or acts. There is a difference within the same institution in between the federal states. So closed prisons actually serve to protect society, security-based logicus, and open prisons promote resocialization by adapting everyday life to the living conditions of free society. The open prison is supposed to be the standard by law, and in vivo trainings do better. We know that already. But in Germany, less than a third of prisoners are usually housed in open prisons. Closed prisons are strongly desocializing and externally determined forms of housing from former times, actually. It is total institutions. Inmates do not even cook themselves, depending on the length of their sentence. They are in high risk of losing personal and social resources, which they do need for reintegration into society after imprisonment. So this in turn encourages a homemade problem of quite expensive and resources-intense approaches to resocialize persons that have been strongly desocialized by their sentences. This is why the picture of Don Quixote was nice to me. So what we know about populations and inmates, and offenders and those at risk of imprisonment are, oh, I didn't change that one, so you can see it now, as I said. What we know about inmates and professionals is that Offenders are disproportionately affected by low education or lower education and qualifications, as well as little experiences on labor market in comparison to population. In combination with social stigmatization, which is in Germany, you do not talk about having been in prison, and it's a stigma still. In combination with social stigmatization, this leads to limited employment opportunities and increased risk for unemployment. We also have laws that you cannot employ someone or shall not employ someone who was in prison before in some sectors of labor, for example. And on the other side, we have a lack of skilled laborers in Germany, actually. The time directly after imprisonment is known to be the most risky one regarding recidivism rates. And there is proof that inmates who made a qualification in prison have significantly reduced recidivism rates in comparison. But not only professional qualification is an issue. Lower socioeconomic standards, debts, less social resources are aspects that characterize inmates of prisons. Indirectly, this leads to social politics as best criminal politics. For example, about inmates who serve an alternative custodial sentence, this is persons who are arrested because they couldn't pay fees for some times or drove with public transport without paying for a ticket several times. They are arrested and they are evidence-based, labeled as so-called multi-problem constellation persons. Well, they are not everyone, of course, but we see homelessness, substance addiction problems, mental illness, and high levels of debts. So in closed prisons, inmates have a higher risk. This is extra factor, a higher risk of victimization, of mental illnesses, getting diseases, and we do also have subcultural dynamics in prisons that do not really support the idea of resocialization and crime prevention and a good life. So European standards are not really fulfilled, we know that, and we do have potential to develop. Resocialization on the part of the sheet of the professional is not a clear technical term, but rather a program that combines penal system, outpatient social assistance, and forms of support as a reaction to delinquency. So state of the art for social workers, but also other professions, and it should be for more professions, is a holistic relation-based approach based on a biopsychosocial model focusing the individual situation and need. But to follow this holistic approach, social worker is a part of an interdisciplinary team trying to solve the interference of a mandate of assistance and control. Daniel also mentioned that before, by focusing professional ethical standard. But structural problems, unfavorable employment logics thwart these approaches. For example, in Germany, a social worker in prison has the duty to provide information to the institution, which is not helpful for a relationship of trust. Or short-term imprisonment often leads to the argumentation that nothing can be done or improved because the inmate is not there long enough. So social workers in prison cooperate with external institutions to provide essential support for their clients and to ensure central factors important for resocialization, like drug consumers counseling or counseling for debts or housing questions after imprisonment. We also have this problem with housing offers in Germany. So social work in prison is confronted with a lot of challenges that are structure made, and skilled people are missing. We have a shortage of skilled labor. Prison social work is not really attractive with my students, for example. And there is also little research, and even statistics are missing. And this is also one effect because of that federal logics. It has advantages and disadvantages behind. So what we need is, instead of interdisciplinary power struggles and an adherence to outdated logics, a interdisciplinary cooperation that is serving the same goals, like crime prevention and resocialization. Offers must be tailored to individual needs of the inmates. We must provide educational and vocational qualifications to the persons. Open forms. I just read a nice work about Scandinavian systems. So this is coming to my mind to be really important. I cannot say more because of the time, but as you know, that open forms must become standard, not only in theory, but also in practice, to save resources of the system and the individual, and integration and adaptation to social security system must be done. And further on, decriminalization of some offenses must be pushed forward. To say once again, social politics must be enstrengthened to be good criminal politics. For this, we need courage and the attitude of taking responsibility interdisciplinary to reduce challenges and problems, to reduce crime, and to save resources and to reduce counter developments. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Catherine, for presentation, and we will ask you to stay with us till the end of this session, because you already have one question in our system of questions, but I will give it at the end. Tai dar kartą dėkojame.
Thanks once more to Catherine Scheffer about for her presentation about the fights we fight and struggles we have. And we hear the same resounding idea, which repeats itself: criminological aspect, social aspect. And thank you for this comparison of social work, like Don Quixote fighting windmills, regarding what we're doing here. And let's move on to the next presentation. We'd like to invite experts of social relations, supervisor, PhD Neringa Korokaitine and Arturas Malinauskas, to present a report about social worker in penal system, professional identity issue.
Kaip padaryti, kad skaidrės matytųsi? O, matosi. Labai gerai. Žiūrim, ar viskas veikia.
Hope it's functioning. Yeah. And you can see the slides. I can't say I'm not excited, particularly after having listened to the previous speakers, because, well, some speakers actually gave quotes from our presentation, from our research. And it's good to go back to Lithuania after a visit to Slovakia, to Germany. And we we went. Yes, we are going to talk about supervision process and also sharing the results and disclosing the professional identity. It's takes courage because we are not researchers of identity within this process of supervision, but well, it's it's meaningful because talking about professional identity of social work is very important, as has been already said, because we are talking about the prospect of social work in prisons, in correctional facilities. Okay, let's go further on. So we can talk about a wide range of identity, and as we see later, yes, the presentation is divided into 4 parts. The assessment of supervision processes, something that the participants find important. Secondly, it's the links with the insights with the research. Number 3, the role of social worker among the other roles in prisons. And 4, the millstone of identity and dilemma encountered by social worker working in this system of penal system. Supervision groups. There were several supervision groups in 2023. 4 groups of social workers from different prisons, and 1 group of senior social workers who started working in a newly sort of established position, meaning with more difficult, problematic religious cases, and so meaning that we cannot possibly meet everyone's expectations, so we have to just focus. Well, there were 120 just hours allocated for every group. Now, 2024, and we had a supervision with Gintare as our head, 12 meetings, 1 hour, individual sort of guidance supervision, and also group supervision for groups from different prisons of social workers, 150 hours for every group, and overall there were 10 meetings lasting 3 hours. So in total, 30 hours multiplied by 5 groups, 150. And during the process of supervision, the composition of the participants kept changing. Some left and were replaced by new workers, and so there was a turnover. And when a new social worker used to come, we had to start from almost scratch. But we talked about super sensitive cases because we understand what challenges are encountered by social workers working with penal system. Now changes. The number of those assessors kept increasing, and there was some movement, as I said, some leaving, being replaced by others. Now, here you see the form filled by the participants, the questionnaire, how they regarded themselves and their identity as social worker. Well, the question is, my sort of view of myself and the others improved. And in 23, here you see the answers on the left, whereas on the right you see the answers 63%. Well, not that determined. So in 24, almost half by half, 63, 46. Whereas in 23, yes, it improved, 33%. And also in 24, 24. This more yes, meaning 30%. It went down, but on the other hand, it was more realistic, I think, because when we start our professional career, so meaning at the beginning, our vision is probably is more optimistic, and then when we become more aware of what we have to face, then it actually will start hesitating. So therefore, this percentage was slightly reduced. The second question, my professional role became more, clearer, that's for sure. And on the right, more or less. So we see in 23, 33%, yes, for sure. Maybe 44 on the right. More or less, yes, 63%. So the percentage more or less the same, and 46, because this clarity of our role, it can never be steady. It varies, and social work overall in Lithuania is self-seeking profession, trying to establish itself, and given that social workers have only been working in penal system for 5 years. So I think these are good indicators. One more question. I feel my possibilities and the boundaries, both of myself and the others, more. The competence increases when we know the boundaries of our competencies. So the competencies and identity are clearer. So similar, I would say, assessment. Adequate. And here it's important to note that the supervisions serve they help the empowerment, professional empowerment of social worker, and also reducing the tension between the principles of social work and also the principles that are embedded in the penitentiary system, and also they help establish the social work as a form of treatment matching the needs of the prisoners. Together with Arturas, we focus not on the percentage actually of the answers, but on the comments. What was more important to social workers who took part in supervisions? Yes, it's subjective, but on the other hand, we think it's very important because these opinions were voiced by your colleagues. So the particularities of work in the prison environment, and this is the research conducted in 2015 by the German researcher Jäger. He said that the prison is the so-called total institution with the following particularities. They are just characteristics of any prison of any country, so that all life issues are solved in the same place and are subordinate to one institution. They stole our time, so we'll steal somebody else's time. This is the moderator. Meaning similar treatment to all the members of this facility, and everything is being sort of experienced in one community. Also, the routine that happens every day happens according to the structure which is pre-planned beforehand, and which is formed in detail by the workers conducting different functions in that facility. And the activities are conducted and executed according to the plan which helps achieve the aims set by the organization. So this is research by Jäger. Now, from the records or comments after the supervision, something that the participants said was beneficial was more trust and respect to oneself and the colleagues. This was very important. Supervision in any professional activity group or team gives a good basis to better know yourself and your influence to the others. This is safe space, is supervision, to share your concerns, and you learn to see the reality going through all those hardships. And well, it's particularly important when you work in a penitentiary system, because social workers, they work not only in the teams with other social workers, but with these, let's say, prison officers and other professionals, and are contact persons and also role models for the convicts. And the influence of the social workers to convicts in tense situations very often predetermines the further sequence of events. Reflection and problem solving, another comment, and what supervision participants thought about it. They said that actually the ability to create safe space helps them to look for more prospects in the future. And also they commented upon the lack of confidentiality during supervision and work in penitentiary facilities. While violating confidentiality and or the fear of violating it very often is associated with a culture of prison as a totalitarian institution in which everything is visible and controlled. That is, institutional safety is created via the lack or absence of personal privacy. Also, disappointment because confidentiality was not abided by. Do I have more time, please? Okay. Change of gear. Arturas. I was shown how many minutes I have. Probably I don't have any. Okay, we'll try to normalize everything by violating the rules. Yeah, I will try to talk about the very essence, and I'll be fast. We really have lots of experience with Neringa, and one note, even, well, I would say that social work in penitentiary system is only 5 years old. It's the newest, probably, right, branch of social work. But we are the toughest in terms of supervisions, and my thanks go to Gintari and the others who helped us implement it. Real professionals, yes, very strong groups, and all one level, and we are talking about one continuous just process, meaning we meet once a month to talk about our problems and to go on shaping our identity. So what I want to say, that this is a really quality aspect. Even though we are only 5 years old, our colleague from Germany talked about double mandate, and what makes more difficult for a social worker to find his or her identity, just because social worker has to provide support on one hand and to accompany him to a just way of life. On the other hand, there's an aspect of control, right? Institutional control. So, meaning this is a coercive relationship and contact. Coercive relation doesn't always help, right? And it's not easy. It's far from being easy. And what is good about penitentiary system, because it's one of the few systems where one of the few. We're talking about one of the few groups of social workers who are loved by clients. See, yeah, because they see benefit. Convicts, meaning, and otherwise social workers are sort of not needed. Risk families, say, okay, and here the picture is totally different. So this is a very good, favorable sort of medium for social workers to do good. On the other hand, double mandate, we said, this is a state order in a way. What do I mean? Well, we have to try to resocialize those clients. The mandate delegated by the ministry, and if the society wants those convicts not to interfere with their life, so and social workers, yes, have the task to resocialize them. Also, they have to deal with the internal regulations, but the social worker is the person who best understands the client's situation, right? One more aspect, professionals' attitude towards the situation. And so where's the truth? What's the just way to go forward in terms of interventions? It's the dilemma of the social worker. The dynamics of tension among the roles taken by professionals. This is something that's being narrated becomes real. So we see the differences of interaction culture between social workers and prison officers, right? Different logics of activities and also principles between internal prison regulations and the mandate of social work. Okay, so internal regulations, so it's hierarchical, it's power. Whereas when you talk about the mandate of social work, it's social integration, it's collaboration, solidarity. And you see, there's confrontation between the two. How to find consensus? And so what's the challenge? How should purposeful, meaningful interventions be possible? We see, on the one hand, versus standardized methods, procedures, versus bureaucratic documentation. We see this discussion happening even in Switzerland, so we're lagging behind still. So what is the result? Number one, that the prison officers are sort of angry and social workers are frustrated, disappointed, with lack of cooperation. Result or outcome number two, social worker has to take care of his or her safety rather than provision of the service. So meaning the focus changing, not how to work better with the convict, but how to abide by all the regulations rather than violate them. And the problem which doesn't contribute to solving which meaning it cannot be solved by social workers. The self-esteem of convicts is the central and the most difficult topic with which social workers don't work directly And if they do, it's only in a very limited time. And this is STEAM, meaning social worker can only work with symptoms, but not with the root causes. And look at this STEAM, look at all the columns, 6 of them, by Brandon, purified by Brandon. So it's not steady, this self-esteem among convicts. I'm not a researcher, but now, in terms of 5 minutes? Thank you, Justine. Yeah. Identity of social worker. Koch's theory of identity is good. He says, no. Erickson went through stages, all right? No, but Kuiper challenges him and says that identity is shaped throughout the life. It's more intensive during adolescence, but it's not a finite process. It keeps evolving. Skeleton. It's meaning we can take different roles at the same time. It's kind of it's formed via shredding. So I can be a father, I can be the teacher at the same time, a husband, etc. Different roles, right? But he also says that the best tool for shaping identity is narration and narrative, so to say. Via narration, I can shape my identity. What does it mean? Social workers, during supervision, they are asked to talk, to narrate stories, and in order to strengthen their identity. Likewise, convicts also narrate their stories to social workers. See what I mean? And of course, the convicts find it more difficult to form their identity in a prison. So what? Should they focus on their identity as a convict or as a free man? Meaning, no, it should be the identity of a free man. All right, I'll skip that. 3 minutes at my disposal. Well, relationships, a topic we can talk for hours. Yeah, I kept waiting, how long for this moment. Conclusions. Lack of confidentiality. It's a challenge to open narration and as a tool of constructing professional identity. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Just some kind of imitation or parody, and the identity will be wrongly shaped. When you meaning when social workers identify, see their problems, but they cannot actually directly deal with them, then they feel frustration, professional frustration. Also, the kind of headstone of the internal institution among different groups of professionals also don't help daily interactions, but they can enable the search for identity via the principle of differentiation. A couple of words about development of social worker according to Freud. What does social worker look like? If a social worker is 5 years old now, so according to Freud, this magic, deep phase, meaning I am what I think I am. Again, it means that I'm starting to construct my world the way I want it to be. Yes, it's a good thing, maybe if we achieve it, because there are signs showing that quite a few persons are from 0 to 2 years of age, see? Meaning I am what I am told to do. I'm not independent. I eat what my mother gave me. I'm not independent at all. Anal phase from 2 to 3 years. So meaning I'm starting to become independent. Maybe something I can give away, but the rest I keep to myself. So I wish to all of us that we keep growing from this magic deep level and develop professional. Thank you. Oh my God.
Thanks, Arturas and Neringa. And we digressed from the schedule, from time frame. But still, let's try moving forward and invite the offers of last presentation in the second session of overview of work with individuals serving prison sentence from Vilnius Pravniškės prison, Agata Katkun and Gita Kapačiūtė, resocialization specialists. Thank you to supervisors for your support and accompanying us in our professional path. You really bring lots of benefits and motivation to our work. And today, together with Gita, we'll present organizing social work with detainees in prisons of Lithuania. So Gita will speak first. First of all, I would like to talk about the concept of a detainee. It's important. Very often people themselves, they don't know who detainees are. They think they are the convicts, the sentenced ones. But there are people like detainees in prisons. These are persons who are officially detained and isolated in prison. They await trial, court decision, what will follow next, what prisons do, detention. Individuals who have measure of remand detention, it's done by institutions which have convoying rights. We deliver people to these prisons. Vilnius prison detention is done for adult males. Kaunas prison also for adult males, and Kaunas prison for minor males. Šiauliai city prison also for adult males. Panevėžys city prison is exclusive because detention is done for adult and minor women, females. Where I work in personal health maintenance division in Pravniškių second prison. Detention is done both for men and women. It's quite individual and differs from other prisons. Looking at statistical data, what can we observe looking from 2019? That number of detainees is dropping. It has dropped by nearly 200. We can be really happy about it, but looking at statistic data further, in year 2021, number of women was only 17 females. In 2023, it really jumped up. It's 31 detained female. Talking about a need for social services for detainees, it's really tremendous because detainees experience strong isolation in prison, which creates specific problems like social, psychological, legal problems, which really require from us as social workers to administer qualified help. Separation of detainees from society determines stigmatization, increasement in social segregation, creates prerequisites for job loss because it's determined by big stigmatization. Nobody wants to employ a former convict. That's why also weakening of social ties and family ties, or total breakup. As Gintare mentioned in one representation, social work with detainees appeared only from 2023. The need is really growing. Unfortunately, out of 5 job positions of social workers, only 2 are occupied. So the need for such profession is really high to receive social services for detainees. Social workers also have to do this. Those who work with convicts, they have to work also with detainees. I'm glad that this need is satisfied. Talking about forms of social work with detainees, there are 3 of them: social and legal education, satisfaction of spiritual and social needs of detainees, and also assistance solving problems of the detainees. They can be really different. Social worker puts all efforts to resolve those problems. Talking about the initial consultation with the detainees, social worker agrees to meet within 3 business days with a detainee, but due to big workload, sometimes it doesn't work out to meet within 3 days, or detainee spends 1 day and then is released. What is initial social consultation with detainees? Of course, importance of ID document is discussed. Its significance, information about opportunity to produce ID document. Of course, it depends how much time detainee will spend in institution. And very often, ID documents are taken away from detainees as measure of remand. We inform them that there is a possibility to write, like for example, to Klaipėda court, to all Supreme Courts of Lithuania. Of course, we inform. It's important part of integration that it's necessary to maintain social ties with family, and namely with minor persons. Family meetings happen, so social worker, if need be, will contact the informed individual. Sometimes detainees indicate in information sheet, in notification, their immediate family, wife, a child, and how do you work other ways. We introduce what social services are available for them, and of course we sign information sheet about administered services that we will handle the documents of the detainees. Continuing what Gita said, cases happen when detainees refuse to receive social services and to accept our help. In such case, we give them a letter, this document of refusal, where they indicate the reason why they refuse to accept our help, or we just write a service report that this person refused to receive social services. Then, moving to social work methods with detainees, we, just like other social workers, we apply both individual consulting, also group work with the detainee, also community work, also work with family and case management. But here we would like to emphasize that prison conditions are not well fitted so that we could apply group work for detainees. Most often we apply individual consulting or work with family. We come to services organized by social worker. It's important to mention that each organized service we attract to cooperation with other departments of prison, like health department, asset management department, and of course other services that demand external organizing. Then we attract them also, like State Tax Inspectorate, Migration Department, Bailiffs Chamber, and non-government organizations, and large part of cooperation we dedicate to various municipalities. What are the services that we organize? First of all, we organize manufacturing of ID document, finding accommodation, recommendation, reception of food, clothing support. We organize healthcare, addiction, healthcare services, organize services for solving psychological, mental issues. And we often encounter the fact that detainees have big debts. We allocate help solving matters of debt, try to help to restore and maintain social ties and other social problems which our detainees encounter. And now let's go to organizing social work with detainees. What are the challenges? And first of all, we will discuss an overview of those challenges which were dominant during the reform of prison service of Lithuania, a period of changes. First of all, we will start by saying, like Gita mentioned and in title also, that social work with detainees appeared only in 2023, namely when prison reform was taking place, when many changes were implemented. And that's why we chose to overview qualitative research done in 2024 called Changes Implementation Role in Resocialization Microclimate Results in Prison System of Lithuania, indicates microclimate, social workers' emotions, challenges. It's closely related to quality of work of social workers. Let's move on to results of the empirical research. The results indicate that in period of changes, employees experience toxic work environment, which urged them to leave the job, and due to this created a shortage of social workers, and the remaining workers received bigger workload. That's why they were stressed out, felt tired. It caused discord in the collective. Also, they experienced indifference, rejection, uncertainty, fear, stress, anxiety, anger emotions, failed expectations, or even burnout feelings. Negative relations, which formed when new collective members joined or when managers didn't allocate enough attention to create positive relations in the department and among employees of departments. And few more challenges which appeared among employees of resocialization departments. We cooperated with other departments, direct managers. There was shortage about new job positions, about amendments in legislation and new document management system. There were challenges regarding increased workload, a clients group, and new documents. And these difficulties indicate that implemented changes in working environment had impact on quality of an organizing of social work with detainees. And with Gita, we have discussed what are challenges of today, which we encounter in our daily activity. We distinguished, first of all, big workload. It's related that not all job duties are filled. There's a shortage of employees. We have to work additionally. Of course, we do it voluntarily. Also, one of the challenges is bad psychological state of the detainees. And here we observe that there's a shortage of psychologists. People don't come to work. I don't know for what reasons. We try to encourage, incentivize them to join our team and join to this creation of making good things. Both in my prison and in Gita's prison, we encounter the main problem and challenge that we cannot organize services for detainees because in court case there are no ID documents. Most often they are either held at police commissariat or elsewhere, and it takes time to organize these services because then we would have to additionally turn to other government bodies to have at least a copy sent so we could organize services for them, for detainees. Also, we observed that bad information dissemination is in place. information doesn't reach us on time. For example, when new detainee arrives, we learn about it only later than 3 days. So communication problems, they exist and they should be corrected. And the major challenge is the motivation of the detainees. It really creates problem to organize and to help the detainees when they themselves are not motivated to help themselves. Then we allocate the major part of consultations to give motivation so that detainees will be motivated to help themselves. Thank you, Agata and Gita, for sharing about organizing social work with detainees in Lithuanian prisons and for complying with time regulation. As you understood, it was the last presentation of the session. It's sad to say, but actually time for questions has run out. But we have numerous questions submitted through platform. They are submitted both to Lithuanian and German speaker. We'd like to ask German guest. In case of Lithuanian speaker, just approach them during the break and ask questions then. I got lost. I don't know, should I read question in English or Lithuanian? I will read it in English and then translate into Lithuanian.
Catherine, you have mentioned that social workers in prisons work in interdisciplinary teams. What other professionals are included in those teams? Question.
Do you want to translate before?
Taip, kad jūs minėjote, kad socialiniai darbuotojai.
You mentioned the social workers in prisons work in interdisciplinary teams. What other specialists are included into those teams?
Thank you for the question. As I listened to Daniel, I heard it's quite the same, but I must say it's also depending on the institution we are talking about. We have people from professionals that are obliged with security aspects, like the staff closing I don't know the word right now, closing the doors, opening the doors, controlling everything, leading people who have to go out, by security keynotes. So this is government people. Then we have psychologists, we have doctors, like medical stuff, and well, this is most of it. Of course, in some institution we have physiotherapists, logopedagogics. We have more detailed, qualified stuff. But actually, the classical thing is we have, what is the word for Verwaltung right now? Maybe Neringa could help me.
Administration.
Yes, administrative stuff. And we have medical stuff that is often from outside because we have a lack of doctors working in prisons. So we try to find people from outside, doctors who come into the prison to support prisoners, and psychological stuff, which is the classical form, actually. And social workers are employed by administration, and prisons are under the Ministry of Justice, logically. So social workers in prisons in Germany are employed under the administration of the Ministry of Justice, and they often are in teams with people who have not the same theoretical logicals as a social worker. So we need a discussion about the theoretical perspective in an interdisciplinary context, which is the first challenge to do, because security staff, of course, having the aim of security inside a prison, is somehow working in a different way. Well, there is evidence that the atmosphere, how they deal with the inmates, has impact on recidivism, as you can say. But people are, the staff of other professions than social workers are taught and socialized in a different way than the profession of social work is dealing. So in an interdisciplinary context, what a prison is, we first of all need supervision, trainings, and discussions about a common base how we are working, and this is not existing yet. I hope I could answer your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Catherine, for your answer. And now we are going to break.
Taip. Dabar yra numatyta.
Now we have a break planned. We will give it only 10 minutes, and then we will welcome you back to the third session.
Now we're about to start the third session of the conference. And we are here, the most enduring, the most patient ones, the best of the best, of course. With your permission, we are going to start. We have all the presenters but one, and we'll be talking about the importance of the profession of social work with persons who are serving custodial sentence, also the development and future prospects. Very often we confront preconceived notions, resistance of the society, which affect the service providers as well. And we have invited those professionals who actually experience such stigma, such resistance, and we'll see what best functions in practice and what remaining challenges we have to overcome and what solutions we have for the future. The first speaker is Dr. Tautvydas Vencius, whom we know already, and he is going to talk about the prerequisites of resocialization of convicted persons who have already been released in municipalities. Tautvydai, you're welcome.
Šitas grąžinsiu technikams.
Gerai. Tai sveiki, kaip ir minėjau moderatoriai.
Welcome again. Welcome to the most enduring bunch, and we are resocializing here. Let's talk about the practical aspects of resocialization. I think we have reached agreement already upon many aspects that resocialization as a theoretical concept is not the matter of one institution, no, of one facility. It cannot be sort of implemented within the framework of one facility, therefore. We have to involve more institutions to make our work meaningful and realistic. So, what prerequisites do we make in the ministry or local self-governing bodies or municipalities have to be involved into this work, and how can this be done in reality? We have heard many times today, we have touched upon the so-called escort, prisoner escort service. I'm not sure how to define it. This kind of escorting is probably an accompanying the prison. This is the entire bunch of services which help the convict or the inmate to resocialize. So, in a nutshell, I'm going to present the data that we get from municipalities, and we also I'll talk about the challenges on practical work and what competences our workers need, meaning professional development. So the entirety of all those services is we collect the data on the basis, following the so-called description of the ministry, and here you see a list of services provided 2023. Now, looking at the data available by year, we can't see any drastic or significant changes. The most popular service of support is the documents for monetary support. Yes, of course, this is the first financial package upon being released from custodial service, and the municipalities also mention it as a challenge how to ensure it, and declaration of place of residence, because practitioners are confronted with it, meaning the place of residence where they used to live doesn't exist any longer, even though the address still exists. So meaning the service provision should be organized. What makes us happy, I guess, that practically regarding ID documents, when we started this accompanying or escorting service, we saw the problem that many persons are released with no documents whatever, and many of them were given monetary reimbursement just to apply for the documents and to have those documents issued, and we maintain close contact with the prison system to make sure that these services are provided. Now we are just 5 years old, and I think health care services, also addictional treatment should be mentioned, and practitioners know that still the numbers that could make us happy are not that significant, and these problems are deep-rooted. Also, other support by providing food, clothes, is quite often requested, and employment services. What has been mentioned within the context of the detainees, that, and also those released, they are indebted, most of them, and we try to provide certain services and to develop competencies so that support could be provided, because the persons have lost all hope that they can repay the debts back. And resocialization, restoration of social contacts, that's important. How can this be done? In certain cases, special social services are needed, meaning maybe determination of just care, or even. And the earlier we identify this need, the better, because we can prepare for it. Very important information now I want to tell you. We know how many notifications from the prison service municipalities get, and we see that the number of convicts is going down, so the number of notifications is also going down. But here you see a lump sum, paying the lump sum amount of support or benefit, and this number, we just check this number, and the social workers can see to which, let's say, former convicts this service has been provided. So this is again social contact, resocialization. So when we pay this lump sum amount, we again can talk to the person and identify the real needs. We also are in favor of the idea that with the prison service, that prisons should be made more open facilities rather than closed ones. And in terms of counseling, online counseling, remember I showed you the pictures. We made a tour around various institutions, and we saw that in 2023 in some municipalities the number of those online counseling or consultations grew up, whereas in 2024 many smaller municipalities said that there were no online counseling, which is sad. But Vilnius city, Kaunas, in those municipalities, we see that these practices are further being developed, and it makes us happy at the ministry level. and would like all the other municipalities to share this experience. How can we possibly provide this support versus refusing it? And also, we get some data which show that those, meaning with the reason is not identified, but well, it is said that the support was refused. So again, we think that it's because the social contact was not successful by the social worker from the municipality. We have to find different approaches how to contact that person. Or maybe the support was not needed, maybe it's motivated, maybe there are family members who can help the person. So, when we ask municipalities during various questionnaires which services still they have a shortage, very often they say that no, the person's released from custodial just care. They can be provided all the services they need. But we think that it's a superficial approach, because if we dig deeper, we understand that yes, municipalities need more support or service provision by NGOs, and one of the major challenges is accommodation places and services. That's still missing. Half of the municipalities do not have their sort of shelter home where the persons released could stay for the night. Even though we have a procedure for that, description, but it's still missing. Now, which competencies should be developed for the responsible workers in your municipality to work with the former convicts upon their release? They say that human resources, it's funding, and so that a person can go deeper into the person's situation. Also, the knowledge about indebtedness, how to solve it, and also contact making, cooperation, general knowledge about the system of sentencing and enforcement of sentences, something we are talking about, and also knowledge about the social integration going on during the sentencing period or custodial care. And this is still missing, and they don't have municipalities such information as yet. Conclusions, which will probably make you happy. I won't make you suffer for a long time. So the results show that the municipal workers find it still difficult to maintain social contact with those convicts during their sentencing time, and there are no online counseling sort of sessions. And even though municipal workers are saying that social services and the aspect of support is sufficient, but they think that the former convicts upon release should show more initiative to make use of these services. And very often, most often the persons released from prison are given this lump sum, about 200 euros of monetary benefit, but during the provision of service, usually no social contact is made, asking whether the person doesn't need any other services. So Let's join efforts of all researchers, practitioners, and in the other conference, forthcoming conference, we'll be happy or just talking about the results. Thank you.
Thank you with us for feeling that pulse. It often happens that ministry is somewhere far away, but when listening to Taught with us, it seems like everything is seen and felt in the ministry, and they are looking how to solve the situation, how to move forward. So thank you once more. Now we would like to invite to explore the same topic about services that people receive upon release. I'd like to invite Klaipėda City overnight stay home. Difficulties of integration of individuals who served prison sentence from point of view of social worker. Hello everyone. I am the genuine practitioner, and I would say I missed presentations of employees of other municipalities. Today I would like to present a topic related with challenges that social workers experience in Klaipėda city. Namely, I work with this group for 4 years already, and I have an occasion to observe the entire process of creating this procedure from the very start. So I would like to note that the second part of the description of procedure, implementation of the second part requires effective and active social work, which is like a part of a successful integration. And successful integration in turn brings not only challenges, but there is also a prerequisite for a reduced social segregation, for a stronger feeling of social security, and reduces repeated offenses. Aiming to ensure that effective integration in this process, difficulties are experienced not only service recipients and clients who participate, but also social workers, to whom much less attention is given than at least until now. I would like to introduce more broadly activity of my institution, Klaipėda City Municipality. Responsible institution is Klaipėda City Overnight Stay Home. We did administer this service, and for over 4 years. Here are our indicators. These are figures of individuals who come in person. I can't say they come. They call and then request services. Numbers are decreasing. It is because number of inmates in prisons is also reducing. From number of notifications, we may retain 25-30%. I just want to specify that payment of financial support and number of individuals returning to society is a bit different, because payment of financial support is seen by administration of municipality. They can receive statistics, and I meet people in person. Therefore, this number is slightly smaller than of those individuals who received financial payouts. Because I work in different institutions, not in the one where people ask for financial support, it's a bit difficult for me to find those people, to offer them more services, to figure out the situation, just to tell them about the service. And based on this data and analyzing, doing case analysis, various situations, also from interventions with other colleagues, social workers, I can distinguish the following difficulties which arise in the process for social workers. First difficulty would be empowerment of social worker. What I distinguished through shortage of material resources, it would be, for example, I can take transport as an example. It's emphasized that social worker who works in municipality should try to establish a contact, early contact with a person who will be released from prison. But these opportunities are limited because institution itself is not able to compensate all necessary material resources and costs. And additional appointments, they just didn't happen. Also, I'd like to point out, as a shortage of resources, the training, also lack of good practices to exchange with other social workers, exchange about methods, experiences. The problem would be limited possibilities to cooperate with institutions and organizations, because some services are not oriented at persons who returned from detention or prisons. Only in recent years a concept appeared as such. And next will be big workload of universal functions on the shoulders of a social worker. A social worker experiences stress, encountering many roles which he or she has to implement to be competent in numerous areas. It's not like that when a person returns from prison, you work only with that individual. At the same time, it could be a young man or the person with disability. Also, his or her family gets involved, and other problems occur, and it causes the lack of self-confidence, because social worker needs to have big knowledge base, read additional laws, legislation, expand your knowledge, and in the field of social services. And then, as I mentioned, the uncertainty appears whether you will make a correct decision. Will you give proper consultation to a person? Are you competent enough to administer such service and consult an individual? Another challenge would be negative attitude towards individuals who served prison sentence, towards their integration, and lack of support from outside. It's not I won't surprise anyone saying that society has negative attitude towards such people, but it's weird a bit to me personally. I can hardly accept it. Is negative attitude of those who return from prison to such service, because I often get calls where they say, "Hi, I was told I need to do a check. Will I have to contact you every month?" It gives such impression that they kind of feel like they left one control and entered other kind of control, out of fear to obligate, out of fear to control. It's very difficult to establish a contact and to present more broadly those services. Other negative thing from attitude type is major part, actually 100% of those who return from prisons, they understand this help of integration as monetary, financial support, and practically it's only that. The first question is, where can I collect the money? When trying to establish a conversation doesn't develop until the person receives the money, until he or she spends that money, and when encounters some situation in his life, then he or she is forced to come back or to inquire more broadly. Also, negative attitude of employers when we aim to employ individuals who come back from prisons. Also, lack of support from their immediate family, which is immensely important. Sometimes a person who comes back to the world, to society, believes that he or she has a place where he will have a place to come back, but various situations happen when immediate family cannot accept him, cannot help him. Then real difficulties appear related to place of residence, like need for food, shelter, clothing. It's a very difficult situation with accommodation if there are no immediate family members who could help, because most often these individuals have no savings, no stable income, no work, and then the only alternative is overnight stay home. but we don't have possibilities to accept all those who want. We do our best. We try to create opportunities as much as possible, but also considering seasons of the year, sometimes the queue to our institution may take months, especially in winter time, winter season. And next is bureaucratic barriers. Here I distinguish long period deadlines for reception of financial help. It's not related to a single payout, which very rapidly and effectively reaches service recipients. Here I'm talking about different payouts. When individuals who received a single payout, they don't plan their expenses into the future, and then they start looking for some other financial support, and this process from moment of submission of request until reception, sometimes it might take a month or even longer, and then these individuals start feeling anxious and upon arriving say, what should I do? Then there appears a risk of repeated offending. They say, I am forced to commit a crime again because I have nothing to eat, I don't have where to live. Also manipulative aspects appear because responsibility is transferred on the shoulders of a social worker, that he or she is responsible for that person, that the social worker must do something so that the person would not reoffend. Also, for institution side, we can feel lack of flexibility, lack of empathy, but it's understandable that the system operates according to its strict rules and has to comply to all legislation. I don't know how this should be solved. Also, there is lack of attention to individual needs of persons and situations. It's observed that there is more paperwork based on what's written, how it's written, rather than with real situation of a person. There's lack of looking into it, lack of wish to cooperate. And talking about positive changes, what could be done in the future? In Klaipėda, as in third biggest city of Lithuania, I think it would be possible to increase initiatives of social entrepreneurship, aiming to employ such individuals purposefully. Also, maybe it would be possible to create training, requalification and employment programs so that individuals who come back to society would have better access to labor market, so that having motivation and desire, they could change their qualification, implement their desires instead of being stuck in long processes, documentations. Also, how one change could be like mentorship programs. It would be useful both to individuals who return from places of detention, prisons, also useful to social workers, because I myself often feel lack of help, lack of assistance from people who have more experience, who have new knowledge, and who could share, inspire. And individuals who returned from prisons, I think it would be useful to raise their motivation to use the services, because positive examples, they always inspire and can contribute to more successful integration and more positive attitude towards help and wish to use it, and also empowerment of social worker, as I mentioned, allocating increasement of resources, granting instruments to social worker from the side of environment. That would be all. Thank you. Thank you, Vaida, for your valuable insights about integration of individuals who come back from prisons, about challenges integrating them. I hope your experience will help us to reach the common goal and successful reintegration. Now we will have an unexpected change, because we have an entire row of presentations. We will hear them out. I know we have a intermission. Director said will have to leave us at 4 o'clock. It's good to see the manager participating in the conference, listening to all presentations. We were afraid we won't be able to receive a summary from you about what we already spoke. So we'd like to invite you for brief reflection and insights from what was spoken, from what you heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for this digression from the standard, from the program. And just a couple of minutes, if I may. From what I have heard today, from your discussions and from the presentations, we're on the right path, going to the future. Something we're talking about, doesn't matter which institution we belong to. I think we have to think of a certain, maybe a full-time or whatever, in the Lithuanian prison for you service, because you seem to be really committed to achieve this noble cause that we're discussing. What I want to say is that actually, listening to the last presentation, this is a model of accompanying or escorting. Yeah, I think this is a topic for the following conversation. We started with it. Now it's integrated into the conditional release. And it makes me happy that the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, municipalities also regard this model as a important tool, accommodation tool also. The places to stay overnight, it's very important, because sometimes when a person is released, he comes to the gates of the prison, he says, I have no place to go to, I don't want to leave. So this is tragic, and I think it's our role of social workers, of all of us, even our volunteers, is extremely important. And I have heard Don Quixotic sort of work. Yes, but you have to be beware of the fact that your work is extremely important. Even if you reach out to one person, it's immense. And if that person finds meaning, sort of to go back to life and to integrate in society, your work is not meaningless. It's extremely important. And this cooperation between prison service, probation service, also the ministers, etc., is very, very important. We have to work on developing the network. And now the floor is given to Dr. Valdas Viršila from the Lithuanian Probation Service, and he is Chief Specialist of Resocialization and Supervision Department. Thank you, colleagues. It's so good to be here in such a fantastic venue. I haven't seen a place like that. It's like planetarium. You can look at the stars maybe. So thank you again. Thank you to Luba and Gintare and all of you. The joint efforts of the Lithuanian Prison Service and Probation Service, now they are separate, but there have been reforms implemented every 15 years. They separate sort of the institution, then they merge them again. So that's the way institutions work. You have to separate them to merge them again in the future. So that's So what I want to say is, what changes are we talking about? I was asked to talk about theoretical, practical, organizational aspects of anger management programs. Somebody said, no major changes. There is a problem. The revolution kills its children. Revolution is probably safer and less mistakes. Yeah, we'd like the pace to be faster, but one person, I remember told me from Mariampol correctional facility feedback. I had training there, so the first program, which was behavioral corrective program, and meaning I felt bad after this program, but you know what was the worst? It was the smell, the stink from the canteen in Mariampol. And then some 6 years later, one person from that facility asked him how things were and said, okay, see the change, no stinging sort of meaning which brings nausea to you, and usually, okay, when we start talking about corrective behavior, I remember 4 guys, one person looks up and said cosmos, space here, and not another word, so he kept repeating that word for 2 hours. Now in Parvanishke just prison, we have this kind of cosmos, whatever space, yeah, and we want to establish space for joint work. So we had to demolish the one wall, like Berlin Wall was demolished, and this shows the trend where we could move forward. And so there was, I remember, also corrective behavior program. Some 4-5 years ago, coffee was given for free, and now we can also provide in these facilities coffee for free. And a person who comes to anger management program, he can take a seat and just enjoy a coffee for free. In the past, it would have been not politically correct. So yes, we'd like changes to happen faster, but things are not what they are. When we look at the situation in Canada, in France, wherever, so the programs are being implemented as well for offenders. And the anger management program launched in 22 institutions belonging to the Lithuanian penal enforcement systems, prison, probation service, as part of the project improving the quality of the Lithuanian penal enforcement system under the European Economic Area. And a person becomes violent just because he cannot handle his anger, and the inability to manage this anger leads to crimes. But we also have instrumental anger, and no, but we are talking about the other offenders. So the aim of the program is to reduce the risk of violent crime happening again. The target group of the program is people convicted of violent offenses, and the program has a clear change profile aimed at changing patterns of criminal behavior. So it's cognitive behavioral, theory and interviewing. Created in Bernheim Mental Hospital, and so that the person can decide his own path. So, as I said, cognitive program, behavioral program to manage the risk of violence in a state of affect and situational violence, violence that occurs in here and now. The anger management program is based also on motivational interviewing. Motivation is not something static. If a person is motivated to take part in those sessions, and if his motivation goes down, so we apply some additional motivational tools. Now, structured programs based on cognitive behavioral theory are considered to be effective in changing criminogenic factors, such as personal attitudes. Well, the program consists of the sessions last about 60 minutes. So the first part of the program focuses on motivation to change, and it requires the inmate to come up with 3 to 4 main goals to achieve during the sessions. In addition, the sessions gather information on whether the needs of the program participant are being met and what behavioral pattern or behavior led to commit the offense. For this purpose, we have the questionnaire with detailed questions about the offender's behavior, describing the history of violent behavior, analyzing the offender's specific pattern of violence. And the second part focuses on violence and aggression in order to change it. We had lots of different experiences, but before we start to implement the program, we assess the following criteria and Lithuanian penal institutions. The theoretical justification for the program, as I said, suitability for the institution in terms of the objective of the program, complementarity, how the program would complement the system of approved programs currently in place and what behavioral correction needs it would address, and the potential for practical implementation, the potential for continuity and systematic development, taking into account the extent to which the authors of the program grant rights for the training of program providers and trainers and the delivery of the program. And we cannot duplicate the other programs. If we talk about structured environment, so where can we safely keep a homework, because it's about oneself, and this is very important aspects. So, as I said, the rights that the authors of the program grant to us to train our trainers and to have the possibility to change certain aspects, take into consideration our situation, and also interventions, to conduct interventions in order to ensure continuity of the program. Now, so when we confirm the eligibility of the program, the following actions were conducted. Permission was granted to translate the program to Lithuanian, adapt it, use it in Lithuanian penal institutions. Also establish the criteria for assessing the impact of the program and develop recommendations for the impact assessment. Based on the criteria set, a practical test and evaluation of program was carried out, and the program was approved by order of the Director of Lithuanian Prison Service in 24 on the basis of the results of an impact study carried out on the program by the Institute of Law of the Lithuanian Center of Social Sciences. I can see people from here from this center. Next, program quality assurance had to be ensured by organizing targeted training in accordance with the training program approved for the program, and then organizing supervision and interviews, and in Norway and Lithuania, improving the qualifications of the program implementers, regular monitoring of the quality of program implementation. So you see the number of trainers, and so 2 supervisions, 21 coach or instructor pair, 14 from the, they have been selected according to predefined criteria, training of trainers, instructors for the program, and now the program supervision for trainers, and 48 convicts out of 40 convicts completed the program. Rimas and Nadezhda now are are actually training the other group. So 24 3 training groups, 32 new trainers, 48 inmates in the program, 40 completed LPT, 1 training group, 19 new trainers in 24. 200 offenders in the program, of whom 75 have completed the program, 110 are continuing their participation. 15 have actually dropped from the program. Now, a study on the effects of an anger management program. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Assessment analyses. The strengths of the program are that it is seen by the facilitator as clear, structured, well-designed, practical, and that there is sufficient freedom for facilitators' own input interpretations. Although the motivation of the participants, which is more intrinsic, is not a strength of the program. The fact that the participants' own motivation has been reinforced over the course of the program is a strength. So, external locus of control, meaning, so it's external motivation, and during this training we develop intrinsic motivation. Weakness. One of the main stumbling blocks that emerged from the study was the workload of the program leaders. In some institutions, staff shortages, especially for psychologists, make the practical possibilities of running the program extremely complicated, in which case running the program became a secondary task to other more pressing functions. The study found that some participants do not complete the program for practical reasons, such as transfer to another institution for further imprisonment. In such cases, it would be crucial to provide the opportunity to continue and complete the program, considering how and in what form the continuity of the program could be ensured. Now, what are the opportunities for the future? The study reveals that existing opportunities to strengthen the program can make a significant contribution to the quality of program delivery. When considering the expansion of the program and given that the demand of this program varies from institution to institution, it would be important to assess which institutions have the highest demand and then implement the expansion of the program through the training of more program leaders. So motivational aspect is important. When it started in England in the last century, it failed because of lack of motivation. Now, it would be important to address the motivation of participants. Yeah. Now, probation and prison staff currently, now these are the threats, they are currently running the program. They have expressed concerns about the quality of the program delivery and what awaits us in the future. The purchase, Lithuanian Prison Service, the purchase of program effectiveness study services planned for 25. The year 2025, conduct quantitative study and training probation service more facilitators. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Vaidas, for sharing all subtleties in implementation of the program. Thanks for presenting it. We were able to look deeper into details and that reality in which program implementers work, operate. And now I would like to invite Marijampolė Resocialization Department Chief Social Worker from Marijampolė Prison, Dalia Giriūnaitė, social work, part of resocialization process, practical aspects of the activity. I had an honor to summarize everything that was spoken about today about social workers' activity. It shouldn't be forgotten that it's a part of process of resocialization. Most important end result of it is individual coming back to society and getting adapted there. social worker, according to the concept of resocialization reform in Lithuania, is a team member. He or she belongs to social work and psychological intervention team. And that final result, ultimate result, is that we have to positively change the former convict in such a way so that his whole life and motivation, so he would adapt as good as possible after coming back to society. The entire process is displayed in the scheme. In this process, social worker participates actively enough, starting the fact that he works in closed and semi-open regime, and consecutively, social worker accompanies the inmate until possible open mode and coming back to society later, when he is transferred further according to accompanying model to municipality. Referring to literature, all areas of resocialization are touched upon by means of resocializations that we implement, which are provided for in Penal Code of Republic of Lithuania. Since they were already mentioned, I will not elaborate, but large part of those means are implemented, namely by social workers. In this scheme, I tried to put everything that social worker does in prison, because a lot of what's presented about speaking about detainees, these activities repeat. Here's just one aspect I would like to emphasize, as my colleagues did, that it's not only work of social worker is important, his or her motivation, mindset, competence, but also the participant, the convict, prisoner is important, because without his or her motivation to participate in the process, possibly the result will not be the one we desire. And our ultimate goal is transferring into the open mode. As it was mentioned last year during conference, several challenges appeared when we have to perform restoration of social skills, do this assessment. As a colleague mentioned, there are some questions and challenges as well. We have to participate actively in that process, and the scope of our work was expanded by constant participation in creation of individual resocialization plans and in their implementation. Also, how does this work differ when social workers' activity started in prisons then and now? In the past, we worked more according to accompanying model, escorting model, when work was done with individuals who are getting ready to go back into society. Now we work with an individual from the very beginning. A small scope research was carried out, tried to figure out social workers' attitude who work in prisons. How do they view their activity? 10 social workers participated in the survey. They voluntarily agreed to answer open questions, and I will present several questions and answers given for you to have a better view. Why I presented before all activity of social worker, so it would be easier for us to understand what social workers themselves distinguish as key aspects of their activity. What is curious is that they mention both themselves and also some aspects of their personalities. That encourager of all this process becomes social worker who works directly with the convict, so that this process would be successful. And further on, employees distinguish activities of administering social services, methods of social work, also administering of services of social work, also restoration of social ties of convicts. Also, it should be pointed out that major part of those workers especially accentuate motivation. motivation of social workers themselves, motivation of convicts, inmates, because it's especially felt and strong part of current social activity of social worker. Also highlighted is cooperation with other institutions, government bodies, increasing inclusion of society, involvement of society. It's very important to involve the society when we work in the open type, like halfway house or an open house. Therein, social worker works very actively with local community. So these activity aspects distinguished by our social workers, they correlate with scientific literature. To have success, it's important to have motivation from the side of the convict to participate in the entire process of resocialization. And it's also necessary to have mutual understanding and respect. Since in previous presentations it was spoken about what challenges we encounter in our activity, the participants of my survey, I also named those challenges there in that survey. So it was attitudes and provisions of social workers themselves regarding the job, related to slow reaction to their own activity. Also could be related with motivation of social workers themselves, who have no motivation at all sometimes. Also, sometimes this motivation was really big, but they encountered various challenges, various obstacles, and it could be that this motivation becomes, the shortage of motivation becomes, lack of motivation becomes a burnout. Also, they encounter attitudes and some aspects of attitude of colleague social workers, external factors. It could be that there are things that don't depend on them. For example, negative attitudes of society. We saw numerous examples in our activity, like in halfway house. Social workers are also working there, and becoming part of a society is not simple. Social workers distinguish also some problems in work conditions. Also encounter practical inequalities of procedure implementation, which also impede to work seamlessly, smoothly. It was mentioned by Lithuanian and foreign speakers that it could be they encounter these employees encounter various dilemmas. They know what should be done, but they don't always manage to do it due to numerous reasons, as was spoken about. Also, attitude of those sentenced to prison time, motivation of those individuals, and also not being ready for those changes. And then entire process just grinds to a halt. And this ultimate goal is not achieved, because sometimes the convict himself or herself is not interested to do something, change something. It's his lifestyle, his life, and sometimes he or she says, "What do you want from me?" We could draw conclusions that most challenges social workers encounter when clients lack motivation to change themselves. It's also determined by a dropping motivation of social workers to do the job, also increasing workload and broad spectrum of problems. Also, colleagues who don't always understand the nature of their activity, it influences their emotional welfare, increase the possibility of burnout. Also, social workers feel respect from convicts and emphasize possibility for clients to receive necessary help for various services. Also mention active participation, improving current situation of the convicts by incentivizing and developing behavioral changes. Due to this, we could summarize, draw some particular conclusion that regardless of all these challenges which I named and other employees named, social work in prisons is becoming an important part of the process of resocialization. And for the ending, to all of you who gathered here, I would like to wish let it be ourselves who create the change that we want to see in the world.
Dėkojame daliai už praktinius aspektus nuteistų resocializacijos.
Thank you very much, Dalia, for an interesting presentation. And now it's our pleasure to give the floor to Lina Penyak. The presentation deals with the social work with the convicts within the context of family framework. And Lina is the initiator, mastermind of the training program, Social Work with the Convict and his or her family, by applying artistic tools and measures. Thank you. I discuss the time aspect with the moderators, and I will try to give my information in a nutshell. So, yes, I will talk about work with the family, and it's probably one of the most important challenges and aims of social work. The relationship with the convict and the family is most important, and as we understand in our Lithuanian penal system, we don't have deep-rooted practice still. These contexts are not yet developed, and judging by the data of 2021 of the prison department, 42% of participants involved in this questionnaire, they said that they don't maintain contacts with the family, meaning even if they are divorced, they have genetic family. And this context is very important to be taken into account. 58% of those inmates, they have children. So when we talk about a person serving the sentence, we have to understand that he's part of a family framework, and 40% of them are minors, those children. Quite often those inmates have 1 or 2 kids, but some of them have as many as 8 minors at home. Our Lithuanian prison servant during the first quarter of 2023 and 24 are trained social workers working train the techniques of how to work with the convicts and the family. So 49 chief social workers and social workers were actually trained. And what is the uniqueness of this program? A very wide range of techniques actually is provided. It's like a toolkit to help the social worker to work with the family on the conflict, both standard techniques and systemic analytical and also artistic tools. And look at the photos of the first training, and let's say the person says, no, I hate drawing, but they tried, and they tried to actually reflect their personal experience. Besides, Lithuanian Prison Service also provided social workers with the necessary material, and in the statistic, just a report of the social work and psychological intervention team, I'm talking about 2024, showed such results. Almost 400 convicts were just trained or involved, and convicts and 21 detainees. And in March of this year, I made kind of a reconnaissance questionnaire, and this program is valid for 3 years. So we have to draw the conclusion whether it has been justified or not, whether additional trainings are needed, and we tried to collect the data of the senior social workers and social workers about the practical work with convicts and the families. In the questionnaire, we had 27 respondents. That is 79% of all the social workers. So what are the most important social demographic and intermediate results? Senior workers will apply these techniques more seldom. Those having a higher university education, they regard this technique more positively, and also talking those techniques are more acceptable to social workers who apply them on a more regular basis, several times per month, let's say. And the experience of applying these techniques on a more regular basis, they started applying working like this after the trainings. And yes, of course, maybe additional preparation is needed to work with these techniques, maybe additional reading is needed, and we think that this sphere could be actually discussed further on. And a more active involvement of family members in resocialization correlates with an earlier involvement of convicts into these programs. And even though workers regard more highly specific techniques, but they choose standard techniques more often. And workers having a longer work experience apply more often standard techniques. And also those who apply these techniques on a more regular basis, they also report certain challenges in their work. We also see here on the slide that all respondents of the questionnaire will claim that they are more open after the training in applying these techniques, and they see a positive influence of these programs in the process of resocialization. And their comments were that they see more problem areas opening up, which are worth coming back. Also, they start reflecting more upon the needs of the convict, also the strengths and the risk factors, and then interventions can be planned more precisely. What are the limitations of this research? Only 27 respondents, so it's not the scope is not that major. 79% of those who completed the training and work in the Lithuanian Prison Service, the chief social workers and social workers. And also, we think that actually we could involve in another questionnaire the family members and maybe the inmates themselves. What are the conclusions? Three major conclusions. That social workers who apply the techniques more often, they prioritize their effectiveness, and also they notice a more active involvement of the inmates during sessions, and also their more active involvement of the convicts then also stimulates the involvement of family members. And towards the very end, I think the most precious gift is interpersonal relations, and I would according to Saint-Exupéry, and I think we should look upon these persons serving custodial sentence as part of the larger family. Let's look at them as human beings, and let's work with those persons as part of a wider family. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. It's really sweet to hear about art, painting, therapy, work with family in prisons. It was really nice to see those paintings and colors to For the last presentation, we will invite Mykolas Romeris University Sūduva Academy lecturer, Mrs. Svajonė Rainienė. Name of the presentation, provisions of social work students about individuals who serve prison sentences. We would like to congratulate you because we know it's your birthday today. Thank you for celebrating with us. Hello, those who survived the last presentation. Thank you for your patience. Indeed, we all could agree that the field of social work is very broad and it's constantly supplemented with new social services, new forms of help, new groups of recipients of help and services. And the fact itself that community of social workers in prison is growing so rapidly, it indicates the importance of social work and its expansion. And in my presentation, I will try to present several insights from discussions with people who will supplement the ranks of social workers in prisons. These are future social workers, the students. What image do we have shaped about individuals who serve prison sentences, and also what they see themselves in this professional field? Of course, the provision is the readiness of a person, proclivity to understand the object, to do directed activity, and it forms during particular time under specific circumstances where our experience has a role. This attitude can change upon receiving new information and replace all attitudes and provisions, and once they change, person's behavior changes. So if you ask what characteristics a person could have who serves prison sentence, first of all, we spoke about the male, and you can see the characteristics listed by students. Some are very precise, others are abstract, and during the discussion, we thought, are these really specific traits? Aren't they typical to ourselves? Because many of us could find and apply to themselves particular traits from this list. We agree that it's a complex of traits and characteristics, not only in appearance, but also in character, which could be typical to those serving prison sentence. Are we on the right track? We checked by using artificial intelligence, which confirmed for us that most often it's an individual with short or medium length hair, also what students said, sporty body composition, also students focused, careful, could be tense, and carefully demonstrate their body language, especially those who try to avoid conflicts. We try to put all those traits into a human figure, how a person could look, based on listed traits and characteristics. Since this man is very big, the hair didn't fit. The hair would be very short. This is what image AI generated for us. What character traits are typical? High self-protection, self-preservation, entire spectrum of character traits, very different ones, and they all attributed to the same person. Eloquence, politeness, a person capable of communicating, as long as conversation goes in favorable direction. If conversation turns negative, less favorable, then other traits may come forward, like anger, even aggression, cursing, from eloquence down to jargon usage and swear words. So these character traits are very broad. So what determines that formation of, what determines that provisions? By opinion of students of social work, is they say that media has the biggest influence, because most of them haven't ever contacted with sentenced individuals. Only few of them have professional experience or personal experience So the biggest influence was made by media, social networks, TV shows, also experience of other people, stories that they overheard somewhere, and practically all acknowledge that information in public area has a negative color, negative tint. Other moment was, would you see yourself in this field as a professional, as a social worker? The opinions were differed. Some would like to work social work in prisons, others wouldn't. And should we take a 10-point scale, evaluating from 1, never plan, 10, yes, that's my objective to work in a prison, majority chose score 7. It's a relatively high score, high motive. Students have motive to try themselves in this field. More courageously would take on such activity those who have personal experience already, those who one way or another communicated, had contact with inmates, convicts. Why? It's new experience. I'd like to test myself. It could be one of the chosen client groups. Why they wouldn't want? Next to character traits, they mention manipulation and failure to hold the limits. Some mentioned that they wouldn't be able to withstand manipulation and to set the limits and keep them. It's a long and complex work process. Results are not quickly seen, and we all desire fast results and to see what we have done together. Also regarding shortage of competences due to lack of knowledge, skills, they think they are, at least for now, not ready to work with this group of clients. If possibility of professional activity, they gave score 7. Would they like to live in the neighborhood? The score was much lower. It was score 4. And in discussion, how many of us know who lives in our neighborhood? Do we really know well our neighbors? When you don't know, you don't have that anxiety and fear. We spoke a lot. Perhaps that what we don't know, that already causes us fear and anxiety. Those who have such experience, they say, yes, my neighbor served prison sentence, lives nearby, there are no problems, react very calmly and have no objections to such kind of neighborhood. They say philosophically you cannot choose your neighbors. They say your neighbors are what they are. All of them have a second chance, and people who serve prison sentence, they also deserve a second chance. Also, insecurity fear moment is felt very strongly. Also, distrust in people. Unpredictable behavior is sensed. Also, intimidating behavior is also mentioned. So, what could change those provisions? Little attention is given in social work program to work in prison. That's why students say they have very little knowledge and skills. Neither of them did internship in prison. And perhaps they could use such a possibility. As I mentioned, possibility to choose more diverse places, to choose places for internship, to see what's there and take a decision where you see yourself best and where you can best realize yourself. As I said, in public space, those stories are presented through negative aspect, have negative color. Tint and stories, publicizing success stories, positive stories, talking about benefits of applied methods and what is happening in reality, how work is done. It could replace those provisions in positive direction. And brief conclusions. Students of social work clearly named that yes, individuals who serve prison sentence, they are in the group. They are a group of recipients of social services. They clearly define their role in the process of administering help. Cooperation possibilities would depend on individual characteristics, traits of person who is sentenced to prison sentence, and other stories and situations. A more positive attitude is formed towards individual as recipient of help. but there are doubts about cooperation possibilities in other fields of life. More careful possibilities to work with this group are evaluated by students who have no earlier experience, and their provisions and bias are determined by publicly accessible information. Me and Dalia, we didn't agree about it. We finish our presentations in very same way because we are both from Marijampolė city. So, finishing up, I want to wish you all best of luck, to have faith in what you are doing, to have faith in the change that you are creating, because then others will also believe you. Thank you.
Dėkojame Svajonei už galimybę susipažinti su
Thanks, Svajone, for possibility to learn about provisions of social work students, about individuals who are serving prison sentences. We heard out 6 presentations. This was the last presentation in the third session, but I want to really be happy that we managed to go back to proper time schedule, and now we can ask questions to our speakers. They have several questions ready, received remotely. Maybe there are someone in the audience who would like to ask a question.
Welcome, everyone. I would like to thank all these presenters for wonderful presentations. One of my questions is to Vaida, who mentioned that in the aim to ensure the persons who have no place of residence, they have to wait in line for that place. So while they wait in line, how do you deal with this problem? Where do they stay the night? Where do they spend the time? Meaning during this night, because it's not safe. Why do I ask this? Because I was on vacation and I could spend more time in nature together with my child in a pram, and I saw people spending time under bridges, near the river, and I wanted to start talking to them. So one of the most interesting places for a talk, when you stand near the waste containers and the person you want to talk to is within that container, and I'm sure that this person doesn't need any services. He feels nice and good, and he even told me, gave some ideas how to do business. Well, yes, some business scam, this person lived from the waste he found in a container. But yes, going back to my question, when you see a person sleeping on a bench in a park, and even if you tell them where to go to get support, but what do you think? What are the possibilities for such persons? This is outside the sort of your realm of activities, but still. Well, if we're talking about the persons who are released from custodial service, from their perspective, we try to look for other alternatives. If these persons don't have any immediate family members who could help them, we suggest they find some old acquaintances or friends, meaning so they contact the people they know. And the second, just alternative would be we provide a place to stay overnight. And it's not always that those persons have to wait in lines. We don't reserve places for persons who are released from custodial sentence because we have the general sort of procedure which is applied to everyone. Only in some extra cases when a person has no place to go to stay the night, then we provide this temporary service of staying overnight. Many people don't find this attractive because those who never lived on the street, they don't want to go to this place because this place is used by homeless or those having hygienic problems, and so in most cases those released want to avoid such places. I can't think of any case when there was no compromise. At least for 2 nights we suggested they use to go to that place. Maybe a tidy room was offered. So that's my answer. Vaida, we still have one question which was raised online. What do you think whether the interest of former convicts in getting this lump sum payout is related to their spiritual needs? Well, I think most people leave custodial descendants having no means of their own, and of course they need the money for basic needs. They have no clothes, depending on the season, of course. For basic needs, they use this benefit. We coordinate this actually procedure with municipalities, so this lump sum is paid out in 48 hours, because very often if a person has no account, how can they possibly get this money? So basic needs, yes, basic needs. Thank you. And one question is also addressed to you. We see that there is a need to share information and experience among municipalities and Lithuanian Prison Service. I'm talking social workers and those released from custodial service. So, what do you think of that? Yes, we always plan meetings with the municipal workers and both online and maybe we'll pay visits to prisons and social service institutions. But as I said, as far as professional development is concerned, we really provide support to municipalities. Yes, funding is available for that. Maybe there are more questions. Hey, my question is related to anger management program. Something you told us on the results, they are positive, and you talked about the good practice. My question is, now you're working using a retrospective approach, meaning with the convicts which which have this anger. Don't you think this program should be applied to the persons prior to committing the offenses? Maybe your positive experience could be taken over and prior to this violent behavior, so in order to prevent this incarceration, so that they can manage this anger prior to committing crimes. What's your take? Good observation. Yes, of course, we're talking not about primary, secondary prevention, it's a tertiary prevention, actually. meaning when we apply anger management programs. Of course, in every stage, yes, it would be purposeful to apply this anger management program when prior to committing crimes, or when they live in such circumstances but are not yet sort of convicted. Also the secondary stage, I think, yes, you're right. And I know that there is a program which is applied to persons who are living under such circumstances, but I'm not sure what this situation is regarding its implementation. Arrest maybe, or just order, or motivational leverage should be found, so those persons are willing to participate in such programs. And even in our institution, we have persons coming and they say that I experienced anger sort of, and we make it possible for such person to also participate. So I think different models could be found, because usually the interventions which are applied, primary intervention, they could be less intensive, say, based on bluff models. Those who were violent in the family setting, there is one more side version for women who lived in such violent, having a violent spouse, because very often a child can experience the aftermath of violent behavior, siblings, etc. Yes, so those programs could be similar, but they have to be adapted to different settings. So I think you're quite right. And one more question, short one, to Gintare. Statistically, I was listening all the time, and regarding the social workers, meaning I love statistics, criminology, yes, it's interesting in statistics. I heard that there are 64 social workers in the whole just prison system, and 4,500 just convicts. So, meaning 71 convicts for one social worker. So my question is, let's say in pedagogy it's 1 per 20, well, doctors 1 per 30, but if we're talking about 71 per one person, even well, in 1 month, group or individual just meetings, it's next to impossible. You can only dedicate 2 hours a month per convict. So what are we talking about? This is mission impossible. Thank you. Very unexpected question. Yes, this ratio is threatening, awful. Yeah. And our aspiration is 1 per 60 if it's semi-open regime, and 1 per 10 if it's a halfway house. And we have, well, that's the way we work in halfway house. And my dream is 1 per 30, when a social worker could conduct the functions without burning out, when he could provide quality services, meeting all the needs of a convict, involving the person into resocialization process. Thank you. Thank you, Stenguole, for your question, and Gintare for your answer. And now I think we started reflections. We were listening, we just reflect upon it, and we calculate it. And I would like to ask all the participants, all the speakers, not yet to run away, but to reflect upon what we have heard, what message was most important. In a way, how can we possibly generalize or sum it up what we heard? Who is the first to react? Hello. I'm a practitioner, and I agree with what my colleague from Klaipėda said. To sum it up, I would like to show my respect, my gratitude to the organizers, to the speakers. Particular thanks go to the supervisors, because you keep our pulse and you restore when we have a heart problems already. You restore us in a way. During the conference, I heard several critical things, critical messages, but the recurrent words were three: important, needed, and yeah, sorry, yes, and I quite agree with that. Yes, and very hard, next to impossible. 3 words. The workload is very high. Red tape, also document filling. Very often we see cases when a convict just approaches us only because it's planned something, and a social worker works with that person just because he has to tick something in the form, and there is no quality in such work. Regardless of that, we social workers, we see the human being in the first place. Doesn't matter whether it's a detainee or a convict or whether he's been arrested. I saw in one presentation there was this picture of a Edgestone, no, milestone. Okay, Edgestone, and I liked it. We are caught between two dilemmas, meaning we're responsible and subordinated by two ministries. That is Minister of Justice and Minister of Social Security and Labor. And this, the grains, meaning we're like the grains in the caught in the Edgestone, social workers. And yes, so many rules to abide by. And so it's a hard times not to lose our humanism or humanity. And okay. This profession is not anything but easy, but it's so valuable. We create such a added value for a safer future. Thank you very much. Thank you for your reflections. Anybody else?
Hello. I would like to say that we spoke about social workers in prisons. We spoke about second phase of social integration in municipalities. We are Lithuanian Service of Probation, and part of the convicts, part of the sentence, as much as work is put in prison, part of the former convicts come for supervision to probation service. As I mentioned, as much as work was done, that much is easier to work with an individual. Such individual has more motivations, and there are many more problems solved when help is administered when serving prison sentence. And for us, it's easier to continue his or her supervision and help him or her to integrate into society. Thank you all. So I would like to invite to express more reactions from what you heard throughout the day. Gintautas started very nicely in the first session. He says it's continuity at the start. So I want to ask you, how about the end? What feeling and what thoughts you take away? What are the takeaways from the conference? I had a question. Maybe it's a bit off topic. When we were developing this program, there was a question how much municipalities would contribute, but do we have anyone from municipalities? There was a question how much problematic so former convicts in the entire municipality activity dissolves among other problems. This was our biggest concern because municipality does everything. They have lots of social problems. As you can see from the figures, there are tens of people who come even though with big problems, but these are separate cases. How much attention is given to them? It's question more to Tautvydas, but since he is gone. But I have a good feeling from after this conference. I don't know what else I can say. You moderated very well, Justinas and Laura. It's a good sign when the manager stays until very end of the event. We had a good lunch. It's a very important moment in the conference. So it's a good feeling. And as Vaidas said, indeed, there are things about which 20 years ago wasn't even possible to dream about. So the progress is really done. It really creates changes. Okay. I don't know. It seemed like Neringa wanted to react. Yes, well, like last of Mohawks who waited, who were not able to leave earlier. But thank you for staying until the end. And there are a few things I want to say. Very good presentations. What enchanted me is that Lithuanian presentations were not differing much from presentations from foreign countries. We breathe in the same rhythm. We have different conditions for social workers. There could be more of them. There should be more of social help. Problems of convicts are very difficult, but our understanding or the way how we search for answers, it's similar dynamics like in Belgium or Germany. With deeper thinking about convict, not as about a crime, but about as human being. It gives lots of hope, not only about convicts, but also about ourselves. When we speak about the sentenced individual, we speak a bit about ourselves also, because they are humans, we are humans. The way we view them, the same way we view ourselves a bit. So this conference gives me lots of hope that we, when looking at those sentenced to prison sentence, we look for ways how to help them, not how to punish them even more because they did bad things. So we act more sensibly with each other, with our neighbors, with ourselves. And also I thought, Gintas, about what you said about societal change. Well, what is this change? How do we behave? What is... I, as supervisor, I work remotely, but social workers, officers, assessors, they work from very close distance. How is our change important and valuable in this relation with convicts? It's based on how we view them, how we ourselves see them, and how we talk about them. What in the future, another conference, I would wish us to do is to talk about it, how we view inmates, convicts, and what does it tell us, and to invite some sentenced individual. What is his or her experience of social work when he's in a position of a client who will want to talk about it, who would name it as a meaningful activity? That would be all from my side, and I'm very grateful to the organizers, my alma mater university, also to Prison Service of Lithuania, to all speakers and all attendants. Because here we are creating the attitude towards convicts and attitude towards ourselves as professionals who work with them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Neringa, for this sensitive summing up. And we will now approach the end of conference. We have a few more requests, actually. Here on the screen you see a QR code. We will kindly ask each of you to participate in the questionnaire and provide answers in the survey questions, so we could improve the conference. I see Gintarė wants to react. Faculty Dean wants to say a word. I'll speak briefly. Thanking all participants, I want to thank two people to those little engines with whom this conference wouldn't have happened, who were rotating and leading us like a good leader who goes forward and looks what's behind him. I want to thank a lot on behalf of our participants, to Lubovė and Gintarė. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. Gintarė has sighed with relief. We are still filling out the surveys, and see you next time. By using the occasion, I want to thank two people who today fulfilled everything from A to Z. I know how much preparation it took, what emotions were accompanying. Thanks to Justina and Laura for being today together with us, and it's thanks to them that everything went so smoothly.